Someday in the future,
LEDs don't get their color from their plastic covers, and you can see that because here is a transparent LED that also glows the same red color. The color of the light comes from the electronics themselves. The casing just helps us tell different LEDs apart. In 1962, General Electric engineer Nick Holonyak created the first visible LED. It glowed a faint red. A few years after that, engineers at Monsanto created a green LED. But for decades, all we had were those two colors. So LEDs could only be used in things like indicators, calculators, and watches. If only we could make blue, then we could mix red, green, and blue to make white and every other color, unlocking LEDs for every type of lighting in the world, from light bulbs to phones to computers to TVs to billboards. But blue was almost impossible to make. Throughout the 1960s, every big electronics company in the world, from IBM to GE to Bell Labs, raced to create the blue LED. They knew it would be worth billions. Despite the efforts of thousands of researchers, nothing worked. 10 years after Holonyak's original LED turned into 20, then 30, and the hope of ever using LEDs for light faded away.
Are you streaming?
Yes.
Why is it only showing me on Twitch and not on YouTube, not Twitch?
I don't know.
According to a director at Monsanto, these won't ever replace the kitchen light. They'd only be used in appliances, car dashboards, and stereo sets to see if the stereo was on. This might still be true today, if not for one engineer who defied the entire industry and made 3 radical breakthroughs to create the world's first blue LED.
Okay, there you come.
Shuji Nakamura was a researcher at a small Japanese chemical company named Nishia. They had recently expanded into the production of semiconductors to be used in the manufacture of red and green LEDs. But by the late 1980s, the semiconductor division was on its last legs. They were competing against far more established companies in a crowded market, and they were losing. Tensions started to run high. Younger employees begged Nakamura to create new products, while senior workers called his research a waste of money. And at Nishia, money was in short supply. Nakamura's lab mainly consisted of machinery he had scavenged and welded together himself. Phosphorus leaks in his lab created so many explosions that his co-workers had stopped checking in on him. By 1988, Nakamura's supervisors were so disillusioned with his research that they told him to quit. So it was out of desperation that he brought a radical proposal to the company's founder and president, Nobuo Ogawa. The elusive blue LED that the likes of Sony, Toshiba, and Panasonic had all failed at. What if Nishia could be the one to create it? After suffering loss after loss on their semiconductors for more than a decade, Ogawa took a gamble. He devoted 500 million yen, or $3 million, likely around 15% of the company's annual profit, to Nakamura's Moonshot project. Everyone knew that LEDs had the potential to replace light bulbs, because light bulbs, the universal symbol for a bright idea, are actually terrible at making light. They work by running current through a tungsten filament which gets so hot it glows. But most of the electromagnetic radiation comes out as infrared heat. Only a negligible fraction is visible light. In contrast, LED stands for light-emitting diode. It's right there in the name. LEDs primarily create light, so they're far more efficient. And a diode is just a device with 2 electrodes, which only allows current to flow in one direction. So here's how an LED works. When you have an isolated atom, each electron in that atom occupies a discrete energy level. You can think of these energy levels like individual seats from a hockey stadium. And all atoms of the same element, when they are far apart from each other, have identical available energy levels. But when you bring multiple atoms together to form a solid, something interesting happens. The outermost electrons now feel the pull not only of their own nucleus, but of all the other nuclei as well.
Seriously.
And as a result, their
What?
energy levels shift.
5 minutes
So
matching
instead of
on
being
labs, come on now.
identical, they become a series of closely spaced but separate energy levels.
Am I matching
An
bug or what's
energy
going on?
band. The highest energy band with electrons in it is known as the valence band. And the next
man.
higher energy band is called the conduction band. You can think of it like the balcony level. In conductors, the valence band is only partially filled. This means, with a little bit of thermal energy, electrons can jump into nearby unfilled seats. And if an electric field is applied, they can jump from one unfilled seat to the next and conduct current through the material. In insulators, the valence band is full, and the difference in energy between the valence and conduction bands, the band gap, is large. So when an electric field is applied, no electrons can move. There are no available seats to move into in the valence band, and the band gap is too big for any electrons to jump into the conduction band. Which brings us to semiconductors. Semiconductors are similar to insulators, except the band gap is much smaller. This means at room temperature, a few electrons will have sufficient energy to jump into the conduction band. And now they can easily access nearby empty seats and conduct current. Not only that, the empty seats they left behind in the valence band can also move. Well, really, it's the nearby electrons jumping into those empty seats, but if you look from afar, it's as though the empty seat or hole is moving, like a positive charge, in the opposite direction to the electrons in the conduction band. By themselves, pure semiconductors are not that useful. To make them way more functional, you have to add impurity atoms into the lattice. This is known as doping. For example, in silicon, you can add a small number of phosphorus atoms. Phosphorus is similar to silicon, so it easily fits into the lattice, but it brings with it one extra valence electron. This electron exists in a donor level just beneath the conduction band. So with a bit of thermal energy, all these electrons can jump into the conduction band and conduct current. Since most of the charges that can move in this type of semiconductor are electrons, which are negative, this sort of semiconductor is called N-type, N for negative. But I should point out that the semiconductor itself is still neutral. It's just that most of the mobile charge carriers are negative. They are electrons. So there is also another type of semiconductor where most of the mobile charge carriers are positive, and it's called P-type.
So what do you...
To make P-type
replace
silicon, you add a small
silicon?
number of atoms of, say, boron. Boron fits into
Okay.
the lattice but brings with it one fewer valence electron than silicon, so it creates an empty acceptor level just above the valence band. And with a bit of thermal
Okay.
energy, electrons can jump out of the valence band, leaving behind holes. It is these positive holes which are mostly responsible for carrying current in the P-type semiconductor. Again, the material
Video.
overall is uncharged, it's just that most of the
Wow,
mobile
I'm
charge
trying to
carriers are
understand how
positive
this
holes.
works.
No, sorry, my game
Where
is
things
fucking
get
around.
interesting is when you put a piece of P-type and N-type together.
Why isn't
Without
spacebar
even
working?
connecting this to a circuit, some electrons will diffuse from N to P and fall
Okay.
into the holes in the
Not
P-type.
working.
This makes the P-type
Spacebar
a
isn't
little
working.
negatively charged and the N-type
That's
a little
fucking
positively charged. So there is now an electric field inside an inert piece of material. Electrons
without
keep
jumping is
diffusing
suicide, by
until
the
the
way, I'm
electric
just saying.
field becomes so
Let them
large,
know.
it prevents them from crossing over. And now we have established the depletion region, an area depleted of mobile charge carriers.
Close the door.
There are no electrons in the conduction band and no holes in the valence band. If you connect a battery the wrong way to this diode, it simply expands the depletion region until its electric field perfectly opposes that of the battery, and no current flows. But if you flip the polarity of the battery, then the depletion region shrinks, the electric field decreases, and electrons can flow from N to P. When an electron falls from the conduction band into a hole in the valence band, that band gap energy can be emitted as a photon. The energy change of the electron is emitted as light, and this is how a light-emitting diode works. The size of the band gap determines the color of the light emitted.
Really?
In pure silicon, the band gap is only 1.1 electron volts,
Okay,
so the
so
photon
that
released
works.
isn't visible, it's infrared light. These
No,
LEDs
but I'm
are
just
actually
pressing W
used
and
in
applying
remote
automatically.
controls
What
like
the-
for your TV, and you can capture them on camera. Moving up the spectrum, you can see why the first visible light LEDs were red,
Funny.
and then green, and why blue was so hard. A photon of blue light requires more energy and therefore a larger band gap. By the
And then
1980s,
violet
after
is much
hundreds
higher.
of millions of dollars had been spent hunting for the right material, every electronics company had
Well, I'm
come
gonna
up
have to disconnect
empty-handed.
now, connect this. I
But
can't play
researchers
like
had
this.
at least figured out the first critical requirement: high-quality crystal.
Fuck.
No matter what material you used for the blue LED, it required a near-perfect crystal structure. Any defects in the crystal lattice disrupt the flow of electrons, so instead of emitting their energy as visible light, it is instead dissipated as heat. So the first step in Nakamura's
my.
proposal to Ogawa was to disappear to Florida. He knew an old colleague there whose lab was beginning to use a new crystal-making technology called metal organic
hope that
chemical
that
vapor
fixes it.
deposition,
Nope.
or MOCVD. An MOCVD reactor, essentially a giant oven, was and still is
game
the
is
best way
screwed.
to mass
I'm
produce
pressing W
clean
and I'm
crystal.
climbing.
It works by injecting vapor molecules of your crystal into a hot
Okay, I'm just gonna
chamber
alt F4
where
back.
they react with a base material called a substrate to form layers. It's important that the substrate lattice matches the crystal lattice being built on top of it to create a stable, smooth crystal. This is a precise art. The crystal layers often need to be as thin as just a couple of atoms. Nakamura joined the lab for a year to master MOCVD, but his time there was miserable. He wasn't allowed to use the working MOCVD, so he spent 10 of his 12 months assembling a new system almost from scratch. Even worse, his lab mates shunned him because Nakamura didn't have a doctorate, nor any academic papers to his name, as Nishia didn't allow publishing. His lab mates, all PhD researchers, dismissed him as a lowly technician. This experience fueled him. Nakamura wrote, "I feel resentful when people look down on me. I developed more fighting spirit. I would not allow myself to be beaten by such people." He returned to Japan in 1989 with two things in hand. One, an order for a brand new MOCVD reactor for Nishia, and two, a fervent desire to get his PhD. At that time in Japan, you could earn a PhD without having to go to university, simply by publishing 5 papers. Nakamura had always known his chances of inventing the blue LED were low, but now he had a backup plan. Even if he didn't succeed, he could at least get his PhD. But now the question was, with MOCVD under his belt, which material should he research? By this time, scientists had narrowed the options down to 2 main candidates, zinc selenide and gallium nitride. These were both semiconductors with band gaps theoretically in the blue light range. Zinc selenide was the far more promising option. When grown in an MOCVD reactor, it had only a 0.3% lattice mismatch with its substrate, gallium arsenide. Therefore, zinc selenide crystal had about 1,000 defects per square centimeter, within the upper limit for LED functioning. Its only issue was that while scientists had figured out multiple different ways to create N-type zinc selenide, no one knew how to create P-type. In contrast, gallium nitride had been abandoned by almost everybody for 3 reasons. First, it was much harder to make a high-quality crystal. The best substrate for growing gallium nitride was sapphire, but its lattice mismatch was 16%. This resulted in higher defects, over 10 billion per square centimeter. The second problem was that, like zinc selenide, scientists had only ever created N-type gallium nitride using silicon. P-type was elusive. And third, to be commercially viable, a blue LED would have to have a total light output power of at least 1,000 microwatts. That's 2 orders of magnitude more than any prototype had ever achieved. So between the 2 candidates, almost all researchers were focused on zinc selenide. Nakamura surveyed the crowded field and decided that if he were going to publish 5 papers by himself, he'd better focus on gallium nitride, where the competition was much less fierce. This material's main claim to fame was one development back in 1972 when RCA engineer Herbert Maruska made a tiny gallium nitride blue LED. But it was dim and inefficient, so RCA slashed the project's budget, calling it a dead end. 20 years later, scientific opinion hadn't changed. When Nakamura attended the biggest applied physics conference in Japan, the talks on zinc selenide had over 500 attendees. The talks on gallium nitride had 5. 2 of those 5 attendees were the world experts on gallium nitride, Dr. Isamu Akazaki and his former grad student, Dr. Hiroshi Amano. In contrast to Nakamura's academic background, they were researchers at Nagoya University, one of Japan's best. A few years earlier, they had made a breakthrough on the first problem of high-quality crystal. Instead of growing gallium nitride directly on sapphire, they first grew a buffer layer of aluminum nitride. This has a lattice spacing in between that of the other 2 materials, making it easier to grow a clean gallium nitride crystal on top. The only issue was that the aluminum caused problems for the MOCVD reactor, making the process hard to scale. But Nakamura wasn't even close at this stage. Back at Nishia, he couldn't get gallium nitride to even grow normally in his new MOCVD reactor. After 6 months, desperate for results, he decided to take the machine apart and build a better version himself. His 10 months spent putting together the reactor in Florida were suddenly invaluable. He began following the same routine each day. Arrive at the lab at 7 a.m. Spend the first half of the day welding, cutting, and rewiring the reactor. Spend the rest of the day experimenting with the modified reactor to see what it can do. At 7 p.m., go home, eat dinner, wash, and sleep. Nakamura repeated this routine every single day, taking no weekends and no holidays except for New Year's Day, the most important holiday in Japan. After a year and a half of continuous work, he came into the lab on a winter day in late 1990. As usual, he tinkered around in the morning, grew a gallium nitride sample in the afternoon, and tested it. But this time, the electron mobility was 4 times higher than any gallium nitride ever grown directly on sapphire. Nakamura called it the most exciting day of his life. His trick was to add a second nozzle to the MOCVD reactor. The gallium nitride reactant gases had been rising in the hot chamber, mixing in the air to form a powdery waste. But the second nozzle released a downward stream of inert gas, pinning the first flow to the substrate to form a uniform crystal. For years, scientists had avoided adding a second stream to MOCVD because they thought it would only introduce more turbulence. But Nakamura used a special nozzle so that even when the streams combined, they remained laminar. He called his invention the two-flow reactor. Now he was ready to take on Akazaki and Amano. But instead of copying their aluminum nitride buffer layer, his two-flow design allowed him to make gallium nitride so smooth and stable, it itself could be used as a buffer layer on the sapphire substrate. This, in turn, yielded an even cleaner crystal of gallium nitride on top, without the issues of aluminum. Nakamura now had the highest quality gallium nitride crystals ever made. But just as he was getting started, things took a wrong turn. While he had been in Florida, Nobuo Ogawa had stepped back from Nishia to become chairman. In his day, Nobuo had been a risk-taking scientist, designing the company's first products. It's why he supported Nakamura's lofty plans all this time. But in his place, his son-in-law, Eiji Ogawa, became CEO of the company, and the younger Ogawa had a much stricter outlook. One Nishia client said, "He has a mind of steel, and he remembers everything." In 1990, an executive at Matsushita, an LED manufacturer and Nishia's biggest customer, visited the company to give a talk on blue LEDs. In it, he claimed zinc selenide was the way forward, declaring gallium nitride has no future. That very same day, Nakamura received a note from Eiji: "Stop work on gallium nitride immediately." Eiji had never supported the research and wanted to end what he saw as a colossal waste. But Nakamura crumpled up the note and threw it away. And he did so again and again when a succession of similar notes and phone calls came from company management. Out of spite, he published his work on the two-flow reactor without Nishiya's knowledge. It was his first paper. 1 down, 4 to go. With crystal formation settled, he turned to the second obstacle, creating P-type gallium nitride.
Stop.
Here, Akazaki and Amano had again beaten him to the punch. They had created a gallium nitride sample doped with magnesium, but at first it didn't perform as a P-type as they expected. However, after exposing it to an electron beam, it did behave as a P-type, the world's first P-type gallium nitride after 20 years of trying. The catch was that no one knew why it worked, and the process of irradiating each crystal with electrons was too slow for commercial production. At first, Nakamura copied Akazaki and Amano's approach, but he suspected the beam of electrons was overkill. Maybe all the crystal needed was energy. So he tried heating magnesium-doped gallium nitride to 400 degrees Celsius in a process known as annealing. The result? A completely P-type sample. This worked even better than the shallow electron beam, which only made the surfaces of the samples P-type. And simply heating things up was a quick, scalable process. His work also revealed why the P-type had been so difficult. To make gallium nitride with MOCVD, you supply the nitrogen from ammonia. But ammonia also contains hydrogen. Where there should have been holes in the magnesium-doped gallium nitride, these hydrogen atoms were sneaking in and bonding with the magnesium, plugging all the holes. Adding energy to the system released the hydrogen from the material, freeing up the holes again. By now, Nakamura had all the ingredients to make a prototype blue LED, and he presented it at a workshop in St. Louis in 1992 and received a standing ovation. He was beginning to make a name for himself. But even though he had created the best prototype to date, it was more of a blue-violet color and still extremely inefficient, with a light output power of just 42 microwatts, well below the 1000 microwatt threshold for practical use. At Nishiya, the new CEO's patience had run out. Eiji sent written orders to Nakamura to stop tinkering and turn whatever he had into a product. His job was on the line. But in Nakamura's own words, I kept ignoring his order. I had been successful because I didn't listen to company orders and trusted my own judgment. At this point, he only had the third hurdle left, getting his blue LED to a light output power of 1000 microwatts. A known trick to increase the efficiency of LEDs was to create a well, a thin layer of material at the PN junction called an active layer that shrinks the band gap just a bit. This encourages more electrons to fall from the N-type conduction band into holes in the P-type valence band. The best active layer for gallium nitride was already known to be indium gallium nitride, which would not only make the band gap easier to cross, but also narrow it just the right amount to bring its blue-violet gap down to true blue. This time, Akazaki and Amano didn't scoop Nakamura. They were stuck trying to grow indium gallium nitride in the first place. Amano recalled, "It was generally said that gallium nitride and indium nitride would not mix, like water and oil." But Nakamura had an advantage: his ability to customize his MOCVD reactor. This allowed him to use brute force, adjusting the reactor to pump as much indium as he could onto the gallium nitride in the hopes that at least some would stick. To his surprise, the technique worked, giving him a clean indium gallium nitride crystal. He quickly incorporated this active layer into his LED, but the well worked a little too well and overflowed with electrons, leaking them back into the gallium nitride layers. Unfazed, within a few months, Nakamura had fixed this too, by creating the opposite of a well, a hill. He returned to his reactor one more time to make aluminum gallium nitride, a compound with a larger band gap that could block electrons from escaping the well once inside. The structure of the blue LED had become far more complex than anyone could have imagined. But it was complete. By 1992, Shuji Nakamura had this.
And I showed the chairman. I told him, please, hey, chairman, come to my office. I showed the blue LED, and he said, oh, this is great, and became so happy. I just at my office, yeah.
After 30 years of searching by countless scientists, Nakamura had done it. He had created a glorious bright blue LED that could even be seen in daylight. It had a light output power of 1,500 microwatts and emitted a perfect blue at exactly 450 nanometers. It was over 100 times brighter than the previous pseudo-blue LEDs on the market. Nakamura wrote, "I felt like I had reached the top of Mount Fuji." Nishia called a press conference in Tokyo to announce the world's first true blue LED. The electronics industry was stunned. A researcher from Toshiba remarked, "Everyone was caught with their pants down." The effect on Nishia's fortunes was immediate and explosive. Orders flooded in, and by the end of 1994, they were manufacturing 1 million blue LEDs per month. Within 3 years, the company's revenue had nearly doubled. In 1996, they made the jump from blue to white by placing a yellow phosphor over the LED. This chemical absorbs the blue photons and re-radiates them in a broad spectrum across the visible range. Soon enough, Nishia was selling the world's first white LED, at last unlocking the final frontier so many had doubted: LED lighting. Over the next 4 years, their sales doubled again. By 2001, their revenue was approaching $700 million a year. Over 60% came from blue LED products. Today, Nishia is one of the largest LED manufacturers in the world, with an annual revenue in the billions. As for Nakamura, to whom Nishia owed the quadrupling of its fortunes,
I increased my salary 60,000 after double. Yeah.
I heard you only got a $170 bonus.
It's patent.
So you got a $170 bonus for the patent.
Yes.
This was all while the blue LED was generating hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. Eiji Ogawa had always seen Nakamura's stubborn individuality as a liability, not a strength. The message was clear. In 2000, after more than 20 years at Nishia, Nakamura left the company for the US, where job offers had been pouring in. But his troubles with Nishia weren't over. He began consulting for Cree, another LED company. Nishia was furious and sued him for leaking company secrets. Nakamura responded by countersuing Nishia for never properly compensating him for his invention, seeking $20 million. In 2001, the Japanese courts ruled with Nakamura and ordered Nishia to pay him 10 times his initial request. But Nishia appealed, and the case was eventually settled with a payout of $8 million. In the end, this was only enough to cover Nakamura's legal fees. This is all he got for an invention that now comprises an $80 billion industry. From house lights to street lights. While you watch this video on a phone, computer, or TV, if you're outside following traffic lights or displays, chances are you are relying on blue LEDs. We might even be getting too much of them. You may have heard warnings to avoid blue light from screens before bed because it can disrupt your circadian rhythm. That all comes from the gallium nitride blue LED. But as for lighting, there are virtually no downsides to an LED bulb. Compared to an incandescent or fluorescent bulb, they are far more efficient. They last many times longer, are safer to handle, and are completely customizable. 30 years after the first white LED, high-end bulbs today allow you to choose between 50,000 different shades of white. Most importantly, their price has come down to only a couple of dollars more than other types of bulbs, and at their efficiency, with average daily use and electricity pricing, you can recoup that cost in only 2 months and continue to save for years after that. The result is a lighting revolution. In 2010, just 1% of residential lighting sales in the world were LED. In 2022, it was over half. Experts estimate that within the next 10 years, nearly all lighting sales will be LED. The energy savings will be enormous. Lighting accounts for 5% of all carbon emissions. A full switch to LEDs could save an estimated 1.4 billion tons of CO2, equivalent to taking almost half the cars in the world off the road.
Jesus.
Today, Nakamura's research is on the next generation of LEDs, micro LEDs and UV LEDs.
So what are they making in there?
LED laser power device. This is one of the best facility in the US.
And this is because of you. Well, what's a standard LED size?
300 times 200 microns.
Okay.
Smallest is 5 microns.
That is insanely tiny.
So basically you can use that for like near-eye displays, such as AR and VR.
You could have like a retina display that's like right up here.
Yep.
Human hair would be about that thick.
Yep.
And that's a really, really tiny LED.
UV LEDs could be used to sterilize surfaces like in hospitals or kitchens.
Wow.
Just flick on the UV lights and pathogens would be dead in seconds.
COVID-19,
kill bacteria.
UV LED company, because stock price going skyrocketed because everybody expects using these UV LEDs, you can sterilize all the COVID-19, For anything there, we use indium gallium nitride. For UV, we use aluminum gallium nitride
Okay.
because band gap is much bigger.
Do you think this is what's coming?
It's okay, it works, but probably the cost is too high. Since it's less than 10%, the cost is very high. But if the efficiency becomes more than 50%, cost is almost comparable to the market now.
And you think it will happen, right? Like the efficiency will go up.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes, I think so.
And he's even tackling one of the biggest challenges of our time.
I'm interested in physics, so
Me too.
I'm still interested in nuclear fission. So recently I started the company of nuclear fission.
Really?
Oh yeah, last year.
No way!
No way, no.
In 2014, Nakamura, Akazaki, and Amano were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for creating the blue LED. Shortly afterwards, Nakamura publicly thanked Nishia for supporting his work, and he offered to visit and make amends, but they turned down his offer. And today, their relationship is still cold. But perhaps even more important than the Nobel Prize, by the time Nakamura released his blue LED in 1994, he had published over 15 papers, and he finally received his doctorate in engineering. Today, he has published over 900 papers. Throughout his entire journey, one thing has never changed.
What is your favorite color?
Oh, blue, no.
Was it always blue or only after you made the LED?
I was born the fishery village. In front of the house is the ocean, blue always.
While I was learning about Nakamura's story, I realized that what set him apart from the thousands of researchers trying to unlock the blue LED, it wasn't necessarily his knowledge, but his determination, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Where others saw dead ends, he saw potential solutions. So if you're looking for a free and easy way to start building these skills for yourself right now, look no further than today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant will make you a better thinker and problem solver while helping you build real skills in everything from math and data science to programming, technology, and you name it. On Brilliant, you'll learn through discovery by trying things for yourself. And you'll not only gain knowledge of key concepts, but learn to apply them to real-world situations, all while building your intuition, giving you the tools to solve whatever problems come your way. There is so much to learn on Brilliant. They have thousands of interactive lessons on just about anything that you're curious about. And because each lesson is bite-sized, you can do them in just minutes. So if you're like me and made a resolution to learn something new every day this year, Brilliant will help you actually do it. The best part is you can learn from anywhere, right on your phone. So whenever you have a few minutes, you can be building a quicker, sharper mind. So to try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium or click that link down in the description. And the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
I'm just watching how LEDs were made and how it is changing the world.
It's interesting how they're made, eh?
Yeah? Fucking what of a process.
Yeah.
Jeez. I understand the process, you know, although the science is above what I've ever fucking done.
Yeah.
I understand how it works. So it makes perfect sense. It's just, yeah, it's a lot. I mean, you have to be in that field for years and years and years to try and gather the knowledge to even attempt something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it took them, what, 30 years to invent the blue LED. 30 years for a little blue light, which we now think is a daily thing that, you know.
Yeah. It's like you just walk into the shop and buy it.
Yeah. And they're now busy with UV, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And what did they say? The atom nuclear reactor that they're building for LEDs to, you know, make it even better.
Better, yeah.
So you use ultraviolet LEDs to clean off bacteria off surfaces. I didn't know that. It kills the bacteria.
But just remember, as commanders take a lot of things for granted when we walk into the store. Like, oh, we see a microwave, cool.
Yeah.
We don't know how long it took to make that into a microwave.
Microwave took a while as well. But it was made to be a weapon. And then they found a commercial use for it. And that they can make money off it. Rather than destroying shit.
Yeah.
It must be a Lian Lee case. Oh, it isn't. Okay.
Montech sent us this King 95 case to look at. It says quality meets innovation in style. If by innovate they mean copy the 011 Dynamic, I guess that's true. Let's talk about it. EK Waterblock's quantum torque fittings for PC liquid cooling include static extenders, rotary adapters, offsets, double rotary fittings, and micro series for all small form factor systems. With a wide variety of fittings, your loop building experience becomes much easier, quicker, and more streamlined. And all torque fittings come in 4 major finish options that will blend in with any setup. The standard nickel-plated versions, the special matte black, satin titanium, and fittings plated with real gold. With replaceable locking rings available in multiple colors and aesthetic color rings only available from EK, the customization options are almost endless. To see the full lineup of EK Waterblock torque fittings, follow the link in the description below. There's 3 absolutes in life. Apparently I'm a Sith. It's death, taxes, and everyone is going to copy the 011 Dynamic, which is funny because I guess when you continue to reference and style of another case, that means that case was highly successful. So anyway, we're going to talk about this today. I was just like, look, Montech is a sponsor of ours, and I was just like, you got to understand, I'm going to call out the fact that this looks just like an 011 Dynamic, which Montech's not the only one copying the design style. Everybody is these days. There's no denying that it's an extremely popular layout these days. So what do you get? Well, Montech is also a very, dang. Okay, well that's not very 011 dynamic-y. Whoops. Accessory box fell out. Look at that vent on the back side.
I think Steve might actually be happy with that.
It's like the 011 Dynamic had a baby with a height Y70 in terms of the ventilation. Anyway, as I was starting to say,
Hang on now.
the whole...
I say I'm role-playing as Walker, Texas Ranger with my fucking revolver.
I feel like it's sort of been done to death, but we're still gonna take a look at it. The whole motherboard tray fan layout with the glass wraparound in the front. It's like, I'm craving something new now. Okay, the 011 has been so popular for so many years. And like, right around the time that people are now getting on board with this whole design is when we need the design to change, right? So there's no doubt there is a lot of ventilation in this case. One thing that's actually kind of interesting to see though, it's nice, is they got this wraparound glass. So it's kind of like, you don't want to just be abashedly just copying. But the layout in terms of the motherboard tray and the back wall, that's been like everyone's doing it now. It doesn't matter if it's Corsair or it's Montech or it's NZXT or it's Height, like everyone's doing that, okay? Although Height, to be fair, has really kind of changed a lot of it, and fans on the bottom and the way it's designed is different. But overall, the same.
Nice.
So let's talk about the glass. All their white cases get these beautiful stainless screws. Okay, so this is like a premium function or feature on a case that does not really carry a premium price tag. Dang, this glass is thick. As you can see on the top, we've got a dang beefy. So it's got this kind of a curved mesh panel with this flat panel on top. So that has to be assembled somehow, and I'm glad that they're screwed, and not just riveted. Okay, 5 mils. 5 mil thick glass, that's pretty thick. Some of the more inexpensive cases, and I'll get to the price in a moment, but some of the more inexpensive cases have very thin tempered glass, which is just sketchy feeling.
What do these cost?
So the top here has 4 screws that, again, share the same very nice looking stainless steel. Dang, that's quality. Look at the thickness of that head.
$169.
So there's 4 screws holding on the top fan/radiator bracket. I like that the bracket is sort of indented up into the top because of that shape I just showed you, we've got space up here, which means it can move more of the cooler and the fans up out of the way of the motherboard, so it's not interfering with stuff. But as you can see, this literally just pops off. So you can mount this to your AIO cooler, mount your fans to it, and then put it in after the fact. It's a whole lot easier that way. You can see it's got 2 rails for 120s and 140s. Unfortunately, the 140 rails, you can see quite a bit of it is blocked by this thick piece of metal right here. So it's still only gonna have effective airflow very similar to a 120 because this is the only opening. More brands have been doing this. I'm not a fan of that, pun intended, because of the fact that it does block airflow. So as you can see, we do have a massive amount of airflow as well as mesh material in here. Fabric type of material. That way, it's like screen material. That way it can work as a dust filter as well. Even though the entire back is ventilated, the only thing that's gonna really be pulling air in through the back actively is gonna be your fan of your power supply, because you have a vertical mounted power supply right here pulling air in. But this also just keeps us from having too much positive pressure. It would almost always be kind of a neutral, if you will. Air is gonna just escape where it needs to. I'd much rather have a lot of ventilation and positive pressure than negative pressure pulling in dust through all these vents. Speaking of vents, you can see the top right here, we have vents on the second chamber as well. This is a dual chamber design. So what that means is we have separation between our power supply and our drives and things from the main components, which would be our CPU, our RAM, and our graphics card. So those are independent of each other. We have this nice curved front panel that, as you can see, does this come off? Oh, it does come off. I'm gonna tell you right now, I guess I'll just tell you the price of the case, because I wanna talk about the price and then this. It's $109 for the black, it's $119 for the white. And that's actually quite a bit cheaper than most cases in this price point that come with these features. To offer a $109 case with curved tempered glass is not easy. Curved tempered glass is very expensive to produce. So the fact that they're able to do it and be able to offer it still at a competitive price point is really nice. And because we got the curved tempered glass and no vertical piece right here, you can see this is just
$2,600 for the case.
Open, right? So this actually makes it a lot easier to build in your system to get to things for cable management and plugging stuff in. It's actually really nice. Speaking of getting to things and plugging things in, the rear, the rear piece right here is also removable. So when you go to install your fans and or your, more right here, does it actually swing away? It does. So when you go to install your fans and your potential radiator here, or even an AIO right there,
I like that case.
This is on a hinge, which is actually very neat because now you can install it, get your stuff in there, and then boop. So we'll take a look at the accessory box, because that'll give us some clues. Oh, check it out. Okay, so that's why it's removable like that, because I just told Phil, why would you want to put something in the front? There's just glass there. It comes with a mesh panel as well. I mean, the porosity isn't great. The porosity means the amount of opening versus the amount of solid blocked off space. It's less than 50%, which means less than 50% of the surface area is open. But that's better than 100% of it being closed with glass if you
Dynamic,
need the extra
dynamic.
airflow. So you do get this replacement panel for the front. That's nice
That's
to see.
4,000.
You also get
4,000
what
for-
looks like another drive mount.
Yeah,
Even
prices are a
the
lot more expensive
accessory
here.
case comes with nice stainless steel screws, white Velcro, extra standoffs, all sorts of extra hardware.
But that's a
And
lot.
then-
$169, and then
Okay, I know I started off this video
160
kind of like,
delivery fee.
copy, but very few white cases actually include white front panel cables. Because think about it, white cables on a white case look better than black cables standing out on a white case. Now sure, every other cable is going to probably end up being black that is in your system, but as you can see right here too, all of the front panel cables on here are white. Now we do have a front panel header already right here. So this adapter right here is in case your motherboard for some reason does not conform to what's become sort of the adopted standard, even though it's not an official standard of front panel pin layout. This is an adapter so that you can adapt it to the standard pins. And it's long enough so that you could still hide it behind the motherboard tray and not like have this whole thing sticking out with this pigtail. Okay, so we actually figured this out. It's pretty neat. There's a double hinge right here. So this hinges out, and I was like, that doesn't line up. This hole does not line up down there, but it's a double hinge. Look. Boop. So then you can just take that double hinge and then that lines up right there and you can put the screw in and then you have a fan mount in the front. You still retain a fan mount here if you need it. And then if you put the mesh grill on the front and then you have intake fans on the front and you still have intake fans here. So in the old brackets, like if you had to relocate the bracket, then you would lose the fan mount, but now you get the fan mount on both sides. You can still mount fans and radiator here. You got lots of depth to have a radiator there and still have fans right there. And you can still obviously have fans mounted on the bottom because the bottom looks like it's supported up to a 360 if this bracket is in the rear position. If the bracket is in the front, you lose some depth here because of the bracket itself. But the fans fit within the cage right here. And so when you fold that open, it pushes the fans more close to the, it's between the mesh and the bracket. So then you still have a lot of space on the inside. That's actually very nice. We were thinking now for the price, 109 bucks, right? 119 for the white, but 109 for the black. It just costs more to produce white because they're a lower volume product, so you don't get as much of the manufacturing discount for white. That's why white's always more expensive. But anyway, let me take this off real quick. Now you guys can see this double hinge thing, like little things like this, you tend to not really find in value cases. I don't want to call it quote unquote budget because it is over $100, so it's not a low budget product, but it's still a value product. Anyway, moving on, as you can see, ATX support. EATX would hang off the side. However, if it's not hanging off too far, you could still wrap your cables back around and come into here. It would just look weird having an EATX board on here hanging off the end. That's the downside about these products that are designed specifically to a certain like width standard. Grommets at the top, grommets at the bottom. They are white, which is nice. We got a fan. This is the first real negative for it. Full fan filter for the bottom. However, it comes out the back, which means if you're on a desk or something, right, and you've got it all cable managed and tight in the back of your desk, you can't take it out if there's a wall there, which means you'd have to unplug everything or pull out the slack, push your PC way out of the way to pull that long of a filter out. Almost every modern case these days has a filter that comes out sideways for the reason that I just described. So I guess there had to be some sort of a drawback, right? Also too, what's nice is we have a choice on where we want to install our power supply. So as you can see, it can go here or here. This is 1000% 011 dynamic. 011 dynamic was the first one to do this. Ironically, with the Evo and all that, they made it one. Like it just goes in one spot. But anyway, you can relocate the drive cage down to the bottom or vice versa. I don't think there's any reason to put the power supply up here because then it's going to be hanging fully under its own weight, where at least on the bottom right here, as you can see, there's a little support bracket. And because it's lifted off the ground, you can still tuck some cables away under here if you needed to hide cables. Let's talk about the back here because we need to see now, like this is obviously a removable piece. So obviously this does hinge open, so you have a lot of room to access the rear compartment to mount your drives and RGB controllers or whatever else that you need. The downside is if you're going to utilize this bracket in the front, like so, and you want to put a radiator or whatever right here, you're not going to be able to open that if it's hard tubed and like rigid down kind of a thing. You also might actually have some width issues right here, to be honest, between a rad. You'd be able to mount the fans There's probably enough depth between here and here to mount a radiator. Like you could do a 25 mil and a 30 mil rad, no problem right there. It's just, it's gonna get really tight. Like this, it's not really what seems like the idea behind this. This is really meant for fans. But to be honest, the fact that you can fit a 360 on the top and you can fit a 360 on the bottom, I would just do 360 top and bottom there. Let this be fans. I'd probably even just leave the glass on the front, to be honest. So some people are just like, we need as much airflow as possible. So having options come with the case that don't cost anything extra is actually really nice to see. You know, past that, there's not a whole lot to talk about. In terms of too much more elser to talk about, because I guess I could complain slightly that this is faux. Like it's meant to look like brushed metal, but it's just plastic. We do have RGB in here though. This entire edge right here does light up. See, this is why not having screws here would be nice, because I want to open it again and now I got to take off a screw. So having a magnets or a snap, little ball snap would have been nice. So in terms of front panel connectivity, here's your RGB header. So this is going to obviously be for that surround on the front of the case. You have front panel audio, front panel connector, USB-C, and your USB 3. So pretty straightforward connectivity, pretty standard in all these cases. In terms of cable tie downs, you do have the several rings of Velcro here to hold stuff down, but past that, there's not really any other mount like spots to be able to like zip tie loops. There's really nothing else there. I like this big flat area right here, because if you did mount the power supply up here, then you have a big flat surface area here to mount like RGB controllers and stuff too. So I wouldn't rule out mounting the power supply up top. You could. This is probably kind of a moot point of saying that this is here to support your power supply because they're not as massive as they used to be. Just keep in mind too that you're going to need, if you mount it up here, you need an area to still be able to put excess cables. So if it's down the bottom, it's going to probably just be excess cables above it. Because of the giant motherboard cutout right here, you'll lose the ability to mount anything up here like RGB. I keep saying RGB, but RGB controllers, AIO controllers, fan controllers, they're a thing, right? They're a necessary evil these days. So you want to keep in mind as you do your layout planning where you want that to mount. I started this video off kind of like, man, why does everyone keep copying the design? I guess the only thing that at this point has any sort of similarities with the 011 Dynamic is just going to be the layout, the overall layout. But there are only so many ways that you can make a rectangle. So, I mean, with that said, it's a pretty solid layout. It's not that big. You could still obviously fit very large graphics cards in here without a problem. What I need to check real quick though is cooler height. And one thing you're gonna wanna keep in mind too is graphics card height, because sure, you might be able to fit the length and the thickness of a 4080/4090, but if they're really tall graphics cards and you're not using any sort of a 90-degree adapter for the 12-volt high power, you might have an interference issue with the glass panel right there. So it gives us 175 millimeters worth of height for the cooler. That's actually quite a bit. A lot of coolers fall into the more 150, 160 range. A big tower cooler would probably be very close, but I have a feeling you'd still be able to fit it. You're just gonna, and as you can see here, if I look at the back, if your graphics card mounts right here, you have extra height, you could probably still, for the most part, get your 4080, 4090s to fit with a tight bend on the cable. You just want to make sure you're not putting too tight of a bend on that because of the fact that you don't want to cause any of those cables to start to pull out because of the melting issues that we all know and love with the 12-volt high power cable. Actually, the melting reports have really started slowing down. I think the 12-volt by 6x2 or whatever it is, I think that started phasing its way in, which has kind of started solving some of those problems. But there are 90-degree adapters, obviously, and there's revisions to those adapters that are even better now at, I don't want to knock on wood, but I think the revision to the cable mod adapter has not failed yet. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Sound off down below how you feel. I think this is one of those things where you just like, you gotta compare and contrast cost to value.
For nearly half the price.
This
of
case in black at
$109
$109 is very feature rich. The first time we ever discovered Montech, we were doing a super budget build at Micro Center and we saw the Montech brand. We actually were like, what's with the Illuminati triangle? We didn't know what that was. We got the case and we fell in love with it. And we've had several cases come through here from Montech since, and they all seem to be derivative, but have their own Montech touches put in there, which is nice to see. They're not just straight up copies. So aesthetically, it's hard to look at anything with this layout and not have people immediately go, that's just an 011 Dynamic. Because the 011 Dynamic was the first to really come out with that layout. But it's nice to see people take that layout and run with some new innovations in it, if you will. Which is forcing Lee and Lee to also have to innovate, which just makes everybody win, because then you're getting innovation in the space, where it's very difficult to take a box that holds PC parts and make it fun and exciting. That's not easy. So anyway, I'll put links down below to the Montech King 95. You guys can check it out. Amazon links for pricing and all that sort of stuff. There is also a Pro. We might look at that one separately. Basically, the Pro tends to take everything you see with the standard model and then just like one-up it a little bit. But what are those one-ups? Well, I can tell you that they're like $30 or $40 more. So we'll have to see what that $30 and $40 get you, but you have to wait for our next video for that. All right, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Oh yeah, and also too, the art in the manual is not the greatest, but I made do.
Okay. I don't know if I can beat that guy. That's high. What level is this guy? 85. Chance of me beating him is nearly 0. Most of these are now sort of coming in range of what I can fight. That one I can't. Even with this team I can't beat that. That sneak track is a pain in the ass. Get that team should beat that one, but the first one I'm out of depth. I need these at 50 at least, but I'm busy with that. Okay, let's see. Events, 5th anniversary offer. Whatever. Claim free gift. Day 1, you someone get a sacred or a golden one. So that means I have to log into every fucking account to do this. Tournaments. Nothing new yet. Okay. So this is looking better already, but we'll wait for the events. Still wanted to see view coming soon, coming soon, coming soon. So 40 minutes hour and 40 minutes and 7 hours for that. So in the meantime, we're not doing that yet, although that'll give me another blue. I should be in the time span to get another. Oh, lots of greens. Come here, boys. We like taking you. I'll try and level those guys up for tag team arena so I can take on a few more. She's first up to 50, then Skirmus is the next one up to 50, and then Turlak is the third to go up to 50. And I sort of have all the food ready for them, so.
Oh, looks really nice.
Slow and steady progress. And since I haven't fixed the RSL helper yet, I can't log into the other accounts. I have to do this one, finish what I have to, log into the next one, do it, go back to this one, do whatever, go back, do a next one. Ugh, no, it's too much work to do that. I don't want to use the energy that I have available at the moment. I'm waiting for those events, so I'm just using the energy that's recovering the whole time. I know our ladies are saving his, but I've made more energy and using what I did and having this than him just using that, and I'm progressing. I mean, our team went from 4th to 2nd place. And that's everyone just chipping in and helping in our team. Obviously, Cold Brew and Briggs have brought so much to the table that my efforts look insignificant against theirs. I will try and show you guys now what I mean by that. So if you look at overall, you'll see we're in 2nd place with like 500 points behind. We were in 4th like 4 days ago. We're now 2nd. Because we're starting to push more and more. But Cold Brew is at 4,400 points, Briggs is 4,300, I'm at 3,600. And the next guy behind me is only at 2,400. But these bottom 3, you know, they're limited on time and that, so, you know, they can spend less time and that with families and all that, where these are like full-time creators. They do it for a living. So, well, not that I make a living from streaming at all. I mean, getting paid by Twitch once every 10 months is not my way of fun, huh? Right, 7 minutes there. 7 minutes there.
Hey, Dusa,
Yeah.
why is RBVO so expensive?
RB? VO.
VO.
It's got a lot of things in. Okay, so VO is the one there by station. Okay, so your chances of getting like the elite guns, like RSAS and that, is very high in that one. The other thing that it does spawn, and you have to look extremely careful, as it spawns bitcoins. It spawns some of the cases, like a documents case or that, but BK is more known for that. Your guns that you get in VO is much higher caliber than what you usually get in BK. And the other one,
I just sold mine for 2.5 that I picked up.
yeah. So it's more if you need, you know, like top tier guns, TX, RSS, you know, they spawn. The RSS not so much in BK, but that one is very good for RSSs. But I have found RSSs in BK as well, and it's so far from everything. You know, it's something you go out of your way to go and do. But then you've got the ports right next to it. If you've got that key as well. And the chances of you getting a scope on or a sight for that gun and still use it in-game on reserve is always an option. Look, if I have a free-to-play account, am I free-to-play? If I play hardcore and I do get a container and I pick up that key, it'll be vital for me. Game changing. That or the BK key. But VO overall, nah. Also your parts, huh? You get more your rare parts, like your radios and all that, you know, the tech, the very rare tech stuff also spawns there. Where in BK it's more vases and, you know, shit like that. Your tech spawns are in VO as well. I mean, I'm glad they upped the loot again in the marked rooms, because, you know, now the keys are worth something again. And, you know, it's still RNG. Sometimes you just get a bunch of crap. But that 1 or 2 times that you get insane stuff in there, you know, it's just, do you make it out alive or not? And you'll see the hackers go for those 2 rooms. They fucking motor towards it. If you can kill one of them, you know, if you can kill the hacker and fucking open that room, or he opened it and you take whatever's in there, free loot. But we all know how hard it is to kill a hacker. Although we've all done it, it's just, yeah, it's more a luck thing than anything else.
It was the ultimate attack.
Yeah. You either get your one shot in, and the only chance you have, or you die. And I've been lucky. I mean, I think I killed 2 hackers, eh? One with you guys where you died and I was the only one that survived. And then the other time I just got fucking lucky. Ran like a hooligan and just fucking sprayed him. I think he tried to get out and he didn't want to shoot me because he knew he was hacking. But yeah, I'm very happy. We were at one stage in 6th place. That's how far down we fell. But that was in the time where the 3 top of us, we were all building our teams. So we didn't go for dungeons and that like the other teams. They went straight away to climb dungeons. That's where I made my mistake in the beginning, where I climbed high up in the dungeon ratings and then fell completely off because I didn't have a strong team. So the 3 main guys of us that's here, in front. We were just working on our teams to get them stronger, and it shows in what we did and how we progressed from 6th place to 2nd. And unfortunately now, sitting at that point, I need a vital hero. I need a pull, a miracle pull, for me to gain. So I either need a corpulent cadaver, a rected wrath, a burner like Mordecai, or even Magnar can work for me. I just have to get an activator for it. But if I get that, my account goes to where the top 2 are on the points, and that's what's holding me back. Is I don't have a HP burner, and they're both running HP burn champions. If I can get a Geomancer, brilliant. It puts me right up there with them in the points within 3 days. But I don't have a burner, and the only one I have is so useless. It doesn't proc at all. I've gone fights where it doesn't HP burn anything, and I'm like, really? Your accuracy is that high and you can still not activate the burns? I'm like, nah. But he is there as a backup plan. Is I also need to build him up for faction wars, which I was in the top 5 at one stage. I've now totally fallen out. Never paid any attention to faction wars. I'm just behind them, but I'm just staying there with them. I'll later try and climb up the ladder to get back into the points. I mean, I've got how many days before this month is finished? Let's quickly see how many days. What do I need here? 300. I think it's 300. Yeah, so I need 27 more for level 6, and then I'm gonna need 700 for level 7. That's gonna take me another month to do. And I've been doing this day in, day out arena. The grind is so hard to get that done. I don't know how Multi-Reaver got. He must have just done those and just kept on those and just worked on them non-stop and not working on any other aspects, but he had very good pulls. Multi-Reaver, some of him and Odd One Gaming has some of the best pulls. I mean, Odd One, I think no, it wasn't Odd One. Who's the guy with a cowboy hat? Let me now go. Just go look at the. Where is he? So there's the 3 of my teammates. Where is he? No, cold brew. No, what's this? No, that's what's her name. This is the guy that nearly leads everything. Oh, where is he? No, that's Jock. It feels like this pool has gotten smaller. I mean, how many is here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 times 3. That's 48. 49. So 49 creators. And to be in the top 10 in some of these, you know, and these guys do this for I don't know how many years on this game now. I've been playing this now for a year. So they've got 3 times the experience I have. Then again, it also comes down to, you see, you need 4 of these. 4 of them. And I think it's going to be so hard to get them. It's going to be so hard to get these. So now we're just waiting for that. I mean, if you can pull one of them out of a shot, you're already 25% of the way. I don't want to use those yet. Let's go see if Arena is ready, see if we can find. I don't want to attack that because that's too high at the level. That means he's got very good gear. And that man is a problem because he hits so fast. My team is not strong enough to fight that. Close to that, but Brogni on his own is a problem for me. That's not even contending with the speed that I have here and the damage. That looks easy, but it's much more difficult. I can probably beat Stultus. I don't think I can beat Ultimate. Unless I block off all his abilities and I get that shot in. But if his resistance is too high, I can't do that. And you don't know how that guy built. Nothing again that I can actually fight here. Although my team looks strong, power wise, it's what, 300, 301. Their abilities, if I can get these up and I can get them over 400, I'll stand a better chance if I get them all to 50 or 60. But I'm sitting with food here that I just can't use at the moment because I don't have a hero that I think is worthy of taking to 260 at the moment. So this one can go to the vault. I think she can, these two can go to the vault. She can go. I'm still thinking about these two. If they'll probably go 50, but these will all go 50, all of them, eventually. These are just extras that I don't know what I want to do with them at the moment. I have no idea. So I'm still short a few for certain fusions and that, because I am busy building up 4 Broadmoor, so I just need her at the moment, and I've already got the next set going here to fuse him again. So I'm just, you know, getting that all ready for that. it's just her I need to buy. The fragments. Is it in clan shop? No. And if you really want to, you can actually buy her in the time that it takes. It was Arena Bazaar, I think. There she is. I'll keep on buying her. Him I just pulled. Unfortunately, every void that I pulled, I got in. So, you know, I'm sitting with lots of them. And then I've got energy here that I can use. I can use that. I just haven't at the moment. I don't see why I should at the moment use that. So I'm trying to build that up by trying to get more fights, but choices are so few. And see, my team power is close to that, but the heroes he has is where the problem starts. I can beat the last team, and I can probably beat the first team, but I will not beat that team. It's worth looking at. Let's see. See, that's a problem. Those two. He's a big problem. And it doesn't help you take him out. She's just an annoyance. Luckily she's only level 40, so you can take her out fairly soon. So that you can't heal the rest of them. Or revive them. So your first priority would be taking her out. Then taking him out. But before you'll take him out, you'll already get her out. So let's go 1, 2, 3, and then only you try and take the last one out. But he smacks so hard, he might kill your entire team. And that he steals your buffs as well. So this team I can probably beat. That team I can easily beat. With any of these teams that I have here, I can nearly take that on, except this one. But I can swap these around, make those stronger, do whatever, but this one I'll have a problem with. That one I'll have a little bit of problem, and that one. But I should be able to beat them at 5-star and only 160. But these teams are well structured. Each do a job. Mine is just thrown together, because what you'll have to do here is take like her out, put it in there, and then try and get a team to counter whatever they're doing. He's got provoke, that'll help, but he's not fast enough, so he needs to be faster. So what you'll try and do is do that, and now still with this team I can still beat that team. Although they lower in power, the abilities that they have counter anything they're throwing at me. That's going to be a tough fight there, but doable. If you really want to, no. He's there to keep them alive. This is just a full out damage team. Just try and kill them as quick as possible. Cold Art shouldn't be in here. I should have either one of these two in at 50, or even Paragon to help. What's his name can also help. It's not Broadmoor, what's his name? Fuck, I can't remember his name. But yeah, he's also a cleanser, so So yeah, now we wait for refresh again. I'm trying to get to gold 4. I mean, what day is it today? Thursday. Yeah. I should have actually mowed the lawn earlier. But it was so hot earlier on, I thought, no way. Remember my stream, since the people were asking that I do stream again today. So we're just trying to get her to 50. This is just food that I'm leveling so that I can get the others to 50 as well that needs to. This is also just food. So are these actually. But I need more 4-star 40s. Either for 5 stars, which I already have 6 of. So I'll have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 5 stars, which is 2 6-star champions. Which means I have to make more 4 stars, more 3 stars, but this is all waiting. I'm just waiting to see what happens in the event here. Because I don't know, I still want to go check, you know, what is going to happen here. I was still busy with the Al Hades thing that we were going to watch. For the fusion. And see what he says.
Get ready for raid, maximum damage. So I'm not quite matching the bandana of Armand's Savage gear alongside crit damage gear. 5.9k attack, crit capped, 279% crit damage. I don't have a blessing for him. He's not empowered. He does have a very low base attack, 1167. So he's not meant to be a damage dealer. He's meant to be a support champion. I do have damage masteries on him in Dragon stage 20. So we get poison on them, poison on us, damage boost, damage boost. We've got increased attack on, we've got drop defense and weaken on the enemy. A1, 248k. It's actually quite a big hit. A2, which is the one, which is the danger hit. AoE, 200k across the board. It's actually not weak considering everything else it's doing. It's not weak. Okay, then the A3, which is the sheep skill, I guess it's not going to do any damage actually. I think it just turns him into a sheep. And then we buff still the rest. So no damage achieved on the A3. Get ready for raid, maximum damage.
I thought they would have the fusion stuff, obviously not. Okay, so that's done. You can see very limited here still. So it's costing me points, but I cannot take her out. What I mean by that is once you go here, you say find a team. The only team that it tells you gives you 7 mil, which I've never done 7 mil. I've always done more with this team. It's either 8, 9 or 10 mil. So that variation is wrong. And although they give it different variations, you see here they give like a 10 mil, a 9 mil. But I do get that sometimes. And then if you go view team, tells you what they have on. It tells you the masteries. So although I've got the books on them, most of them. Where do I need books on still? Oh, Rathalos. Need one more book on each. Then he's fully booked. And I think that's only on cooldowns, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go see. Not here, there. It's cooldowns. It's all, well, that's 10% more, but I've got the books ready for him. So the books are there. I'm just waiting for Clan v Clan. It'll help in arena probably a lot more if I've got these cooldowns. Means I can win fights a lot easier because this comes in handy. This is A2. That's a smacker, but this one, if you can get the second hit on AoE and it comes around one round quicker, I can probably, with that hit and this one coming the second time around, I can kill the entire squad with it. Out of 2 hits of him. Which means when this one comes around the second time, this one's ready. So you proc it and then hit this one. So it's 2 hits in succession in 2 turns that you wipe the enemy off. Okay, Summon Rush starts in. And artifact enhancement, which is what I'm trying to do, is build up money for that. So I've got 30 already, so that I still need a lot. So you're gonna need fragments for him. That's the problem. Quintus is thing ongoing. Hers I can't, I can probably exchange because I only got 35. Blade Master, I didn't get any, so I can do that. This is ongoing. So those I won't be able to get again, so we can say exchange. Hers, let's say exchange. So we've got 9, let's see what we get. Quite actually a few of her. That's 5, 8, 9 of them. And a 4-star chicken. With some brews, you know. Everyone says, oh, brews are nothing at this stage of your account, especially when it comes to champion training events. Your brews help you a lot. So now we've got 14 over. You see, these will never expire. Yeah, you need people to actually use the links and go to 50. You need 6 people to do that all together to get him. He smacks hard though. Didn't even know you could get him. I don't even know where you get him. And I'm trying to get fragments for her, but I don't have a team for that yet. So that's the first few events. I guess we can start selling all the artifacts. Filter. Rank and rarity 1, 2, 3 and 4. these are going. It doesn't even help hold on to them. But I'll do them individually. That one we might keep. Nah, it's not worth it. And then let's check that one. That one we'll keep. That one can go. Nice for a defensive guy. That one can go. That's also a decent one, we'll keep it. You can see I don't want to give these up yet. They've got stats that can help. That one can go, and go, and go. So these will keep, but the rest of them are going. And yeah, everything goes. And I'm doing this for clan points as well. For my weekly missions.
Hey, Medusa.
Yeah, boy.
You wanna watch my latest short?
Well, now just post it in Discord or on Twitch. I will check it out now. Just quickly busy selling shit. Speed, accuracy and crit damage, we'll keep that. Crit damage, crit rate, we'll keep that. This one, I don't know if it's worth keeping or not. That one definitely not. That one could come in handy with the speed. So that one can go. Those we're keeping. And keeping. Was it? Yeah, definitely keeping. So that's 1.4 mil already. Now we're gonna go and get all the 5 stars out of that one. The rest of the 5 stars I'm keeping. And as you can see, I didn't get many, so these are all going. The damage we're keeping, HP we're keeping. So only another 200,000, which leaves me way short of my goals. I need to do 5 million sales, or 5 million in sale, and 2 million. And I can't remember my other clan mission. We'll check now.
Well, I posted it in your Twitch chat.
Yeah,
if you
I'll
want to watch
check.
it.
Yeah, I'll check it down. So that's the one that I have. Yeah. So this, I'm just trying to collect as many shards as I possibly can now. So I need to get 20 rares out of mysteries. So those of you who don't know, it's those. I need to get 20 blue ones out of that. That's extremely hard to do. And I must still try and build a champion for that, so I can finish this. That one's done. Yeah, I need to win 4 more battles on defense. This is gonna take a long time before I get that done. Because I'm first working on getting this one done. Once I have that, I can work on all these up to is my next holding point. Which hopefully their masteries will be done up to there, and then I need to get to a level 8 affinity, and yeah, I need 1 more mastery set, but I'm busy working on that. That I can do, and this is the other problem, but I should be, when I get this done, that one should be nearly done as well. So, because there's 2 very close to getting finished. That one I can do. This one I can do. Okay, I need 1 more. I haven't found that yet, and then this is the next holding point. And this is the next one, because I can't do 14. 15. I can do 14 on this one. That one I can do. Send a magic champion to level 6 ascension, so that's something I'll have to work on. That one's easy to do. It just takes time. Deal 39 damage on Nightmare. That's a 1 key. So that's gonna take a while to do. And then this is where it starts becoming extremely difficult. All these are extremely difficult. So this one's just holding me up. Once I get there, by the time I've finished all this, I should have enough for wherever this level 8 is, yeah. I don't want to use that yet, because I want to see what are the events coming up. I'm trying to climb here, unfortunately. Oh, fucking hell, it gives me an error. Come on. have to go out. And go back in again. Let me someone check noodles short in the meantime. Customs. Someone must be right here. Yeah. There's two. One's a scout.
Enemy patrol dead ahead. Tango down.
Nice one, Noodle. How could I not see you?
Contact. Enemy patrol dead ahead.
I'm still trying to figure that out, Uncle.
Tango down.
So where's the third one that ran there, Uncle? Alright.
By the time I got back to the third one, I extracted. Because you'll see the one that was in front of the guy with the penis helmet. He went down and went prone.
Oh, okay. Were you scared? No, you PMC here.
Yeah, I'm running whatever the fuck I want.
No.
I was surprised they didn't see me.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. How the fuck? What helmet did you have on? Or what?
I didn't have a helmet on. I had a boonie hat on. What do you mean?
Okay, well that sort of explains, sort of semi.
But then again, my gear that I was wearing kind of blends in.
Yeah.
But still, I was like, oh shit, these guys are gonna see me. These guys are gonna see me.
Yeah. You're
Funny,
pulling
though.
my moves out there.
Well, I was like, fuck, I've got a VPO, no armor. What else am I gonna do? Take 3 oaks head on.
Me, crazy me, I would have done that and probably gone eliminated immediately. Champion training tournament. That's what I was waiting for. Now I can use my energy and I can't do anything because the game's still fucking out. Fuck's sakes, man. What's it called? Tournaments. it works this time. No, it doesn't. Raid. Oh fuck, Raid. Sort out the issue, please. Can't do anything else. Summon rush, artifact enhancement. So still got time to get that, but champion training, I'm gonna get straight back into it and do that. Since it seems it already started. Just waiting to see if RSL Helper comes back on, so I can log into the other accounts. There's nothing I can do there. We have to wait for that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is already start with the 4 stars that we have. So 1, 2, there we go, 20 or 39 points. That will switch into that just now, or we'll do that tomorrow. We're not touching those till tomorrow. So we'll do whatever we can, we'll buy whatever we can out of the market as well in euros, just to upgrade those. Taking money away from artifact enhancement, but that might help. Getting another 2 stars. So clan. There's energy, and here is energy. I've got a lot of energy floating around. Please, can I have either blue or void? I need voids. Not getting it. See, I mean, do Nightmare and you get a 4-star fucking thing in your chest every fucking day. I mean, how unfortunate must you be? And again, right, can you sort out your shit, please? So we'll try and level what we can, use what we can. For now, no dungeon dives tomorrow, but I need to start getting that done. So we'll start using these up for today. And that's 5 more days. For those, then unfortunately the first fusion will be gone. Okay, so let's go do campaign. We don't pull all of it because we're losing energy rebuilding. We'll finish leveling these up. We'll do the other 4 stars and put 2 brews into each 4-star. Get points on the board. One brew into 3 stars. Very little points now. We'll get much more points like in an hour's time, hopefully, if we get more euros that we pull out of these. If you get 2-star and 3-star euros here, that's a bonus. If I'm not mistaken, you can also do masteries for champion training, that counts as well. Very little, but it counts. Once I've got these, you know, and I'll start getting them ready for 5-starring them. At least the bottom one. She is part of my teams, so which I must level her in anyway for tag team arena. So she'll go higher even. While we're busy there, we're someone gonna do Dragonair. I haven't even logged into my Steam account yet to do that one. So far off pace there. Noodle, how do you do shorts on YouTube? How do you act that you, because I tried to put the short in and it went to my normal videos.
Okay, so a short has, okay, so for the Venster resolve, what I do is, a short has to be less than 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's less than 60 seconds, that's not the problem.
Okay.
So you go to YouTube Studio.
Okay, and then my resolution that I do my shorts on is
No,
not
no, I'm not worried. That's already done.
Mm.
But where do you go to put it on YouTube?
You just go to create.
The YouTube
Add a
channel.
video. It'll automatically go and add it as a short.
No, it
If it's
didn't.
the right-
It didn't. It went to a full video.
Okay.
Create.
Okay, so I'll just give you like my project settings quickly. So my, what do you call it? My resolution. is
do
not-
create post.
Yeah.
or-
Okay. So let me show you quickly. My I think it's got to do with your resolution. What's the video look like you want to do?
No, man, that's done. That's all
Okay.
done. I just want to upload it. It's
Okay, so
already
you go to
been.
create, upload videos,
Yeah.
select files, and you just select the file.
No, put it under a normal video.
Or how long is the video?
A few seconds.
Because like I said, I just changed it to.
If you
1080.
go to my last video, it's a full-on video, I think. Hang on, where is it? Content. There, it's a full-on video. It didn't put it to shorts.
Open it up. Open it up. Okay, let's see.
It's a full-on video.
It's because of you not using the wrong resolution. So instead of 1920 by 1080, it should be 1080 by 1920, and it should be like a square. Then it will automatically pick it up as a short.
But isn't there a place here where you can do that?
Not on YouTube that I'm aware of, no. If you want, you can send it to me and I can change it for you quickly.
Ugh, no, I'm not worried.
Oh.
Oh, that's too much fucking work. That's way too much work. Why are you on this side now? Yeah, this thing does its own. Gladiator Arena. Ach, I can't do that. Hours on this reset, so I'm not even gonna get all of this done. That I'll get done, but The rest I won't. That I can go do. Probably. Level 70, yes. Alright.
The taste of fresh blood.
Before we do that, first want to do these up. these 4 stars. Do 2 of them like that. Okay, they're all done. I mean, I can go one more probably. It's points. Not costing me much to do that. Okay. Okay, let's first do this. So we were waiting just for this tournament to do this. That's all we were waiting for. We'll get some more later on again, so not worried about that. I'll buy them if I need to. Then we'll take up the 30s quickly to 4 stars. I've got plenty of them. This is all just food. We'll level them as well. Yeah. 2, 3. There we go. 2, 3. We were waiting for this tournament to land, so you know it's all working out so far. So now what we'll do is do that, upgrade. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Sacrifice. Got a 5-star. Upgrade 2, 3, 4. No, 3. I'm losing too much. No, wait, that's 3 levels. That's okay on a 5-star. So another 114 points. that one's done. We can just stick them in and level the rest up. We can do that with the next one as well. So 1, 4, so upgrade, yes, 100 points, upgrade level, go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's another 114 points. So now we're sitting with 5, 6, 7, 8 5 stars already for food for 6 stars. And so we just keep on doing what we're doing. We'll put one of the 5 stars in, just to get the extra points up to about level 26, 27. Just to get those extra points. Okay, we want that one. Next one. So she's at 40 already, so she's busy climbing. So she needs to get to 50. Unfortunately, that's a long climb. But since I'm stuck on, not having many euros to level up, she stays in there till she's 50. I might make her 60. I might. Just because of the event, because I'm gonna get more than enough food for another 60 through this whole tournament, so and that's just points being added, so we'll start making our next 4-star footies as well after this. We'll still use the brews to just boost those first 18 stages or levels. Just gets it quicker, so I've got spare energy. I need a lot more 40s, and I need a lot more 4 stars. I'm just glad it's this one right in the beginning. Means it'll make the rest of my stuff easier to do if I can try and get as far today in champion training as possible. When the dungeon divers come, I will wait till that falls with one of the spiders. I can just continue with champion training till that happens, and then work on those, because I really want this fusion. That's champion on this account. For this competition will be madness how good he will be for me clearing waves. He'll be hard carrying the faction wars for me as well, so we're out again. We're using it today, all of it. as much possible. I think he's at his end. We'll take him out. Put another one in. This is just about maximum points. If that's the case, I might take her and I might take Jizza also to 60 and whatever hero after that comes. If I pull something early, when the summon rush starts tomorrow, then we will try and work on that.
My blade is
busy climbing. We're hoping that we get more 3 stars somewhere along this. I think we might just take it to 6 star. So I think I need 2 more level 40s for 2 6 stars. I'll see what is in the vault still. All this is just to also make money with the shields that's coming from it. Way more challenging.
blade is.
Any more? So I've got a lot of 40s ready already. So it's just the food. 1, 2, 2, 3. 3 foods. Them I'm keeping for now. These 2 I'm keeping for now. I might just let them go, just for space. But these 2 can actually go into the vault. And then I have to now see what I can do here. Oh wow. Actually getting my ass handed to me here. What does it say? He needs the eye or the bone. Got the eye. We're fine. Don't have a lot to. Cure. Money is not the issue here. So that doesn't work. So he's not strong enough yet, so Even as an epic. Team. There's not much I can do at the moment. I don't want to pull. Let's go see what's in the vault. It's just HP, we'll get that now. We're gonna pull it immediately. I mean, you need to get 7,000 points for it. For 25 of it. Yo.
My blade
That's a lot. That's a lot of points. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pull it. See the wish list. He needs it more than any of them. But yeah, let's see. Do we get lucky? No, we don't. Five-star judge. We're actually gonna keep it. Judge is good. I can't even get to level 5, so we're getting that at least. So that's another lot of energy we're gonna use today. Just stuck in, oh, dragon tournament starting already, but I'm waiting for the dungeon divers to start with it. Artifact enhancement is in a day. So that's 6 hours till, you know, this is what's name that's happening. Dragon. Summon rush, we have to wait, so I might have to hold off a little bit. Don't know if I want to do that. That's more that I get. Send a champion. I guess we can just do one of them like that. Just go. That's no, just. Then we wanted to see what's in the vault. Like I said, there's a lot of 5 stars waiting, and there's more here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 5 stars waiting already. Is there any food? Not actually. I don't want to pull these yet. Let's just see. Nothing going on here. I don't want to pull, but I have to. And that's not exactly what I was looking for. I'm thankful for the blue. I need greens. just pulling 30, we're gonna level these up the hard way, unfortunately. Oh, that's bad. Okay. So I guess we've that's all energy. We'll work on that just now. Got a weaken on him, reflect damage and a shield on all allies. So you know, that's another one that's good for faction wars. We will use that just now. All of that. We've been waiting for this. There's not much else I can do here. So that's the only other one I can do. And I don't even think I can do the first one. These teams aren't kitted yet. And they're way too low. But there's my team. He's an extra, she's also the one, and my healer. There she is. So we can't work on that right now. It's a shame. Would have loved to go further with it, but that's what's gonna happen. So I guess we will take it to 6-star. She's got a blessing on, so you know, her and Jazzo both have blessings on, so that'll just happen now. When she gets to 50, and by the time I should get the other 2 5-stars as well today. Shouldn't take too long to get them. And she smacks quite hard actually.
Ja, één.
Hey. Is bezig met die champion training?
Ja, ik is bezig met voetbal.
Oh, oké. Zo, kijk maar nou uit. so now, since I've got so much extra energy floating around everywhere, ek het amper 1000 energy wat net rondloop. Maar ek's in tweede plek, ja, in die eerste plek is fucking 2000 punte voor my. Maar ek moet net tot by 7000 punte kom.
Oh, no.
No, good. Everything after that is just gravy. Just gravy. Luister. Jy nou oor, oom?
Huh?
Ek sit en luister, jy het gesê,
Luister ek wat?
Ek sê, ek sit en luister, jy het gesê, of jy iets wou sê.
Nee.
Wow.
Praat myself, maar...
Toe maar, ons allemaal doen dit, is net as jy self terug antwoord wat die probleme begin.
Ek doen het nou al gereeld.
Ja, want as jy eers met jouself begin beklei, né?
Wat is dit goed? Pleiring man. Jy het nou ons kak geupdate.
Nee, nog geen.
Nee, is fucking gat er.
Hy is die sad.
Oh, we getting gifts?
Yeah, nice gifts, hoor. Nice gifts. Ek's like, ja, ne?
Claim. That's not bad.
Ek meen, ek gaan 2 mythicals hê. Dalk 3 op die ou einde. So...
Okay, so that's the only gift there is.
I must go do flame domain.
Yes, there's soveel rooi dots hier.
Alliance. Steel. Collect rewards. Perfect victory. Okay, thank you. Leave. Annual deal. Golden wing match. Check results. Still competition ended. Tier reward. Got everything. World Challenge. Also edit those out. Something here. Updates. Score. If we're not on, what do I need? 10,000 points. Yeah. That is to my right.
Hey, dragon.
101. We need to go to.
Yo, what up?
Yeah, boy.
Hello.
think I do arena after this fight. No, we'll do one more when it's at 10. And then we'll come back to that.
My blade is ready. Be my fire.
Okay, Bastion. Battle. Arena.
You guys all alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
No, I'm asking if you guys are all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to be. We have no choice.
Yeah.
So.
276, getting closer to that ever eluding. We'll just do that. Get rid of them. It's a tough one to beat. And we're gonna go with this team as is. Down. I don't care, you're unkillable, you're gonna die. It's done. We'll probably take on this team. Oh, he's got a seer. It's his first team that's very strong. Should be able to take out the rest. I hope. Let's see. Hope I didn't stuff it up now. Oh shit. Oh no, oh no, I'll get fucked up very badly.
Hey.
The second one. So I still lose the first one, but it's points. Okay, throws out, the next one's in. Fobshoft can get his fucking shit together on this other new account. Yes, I can let motor on.
My blade is ready.
I'll see if I keep some of the energy just for what's in it. Dungeon Divers and Dragon Tournament. Dungeon Divers should start tomorrow.
Hey guys, this is Hell Hades, free to play. Guys, I think we've got a path to the next fusion on my free to play, and it comes in the form of Raid Generosity, which is very unusual. So what's going on here? We've got it's Raid's 5th anniversary. I'm going to show you some stuff on the free to play. So I've not really done a catch up on it in a while, and yeah, talk you through what the hell's going on. So it says here, Raid is celebrating its 5th anniversary, which we know. That's why we got the whole new Bastion and stuff. We're marking a milestone this year with the Festival of Creation, a huge party, events, themed stuff, all that sort of stuff. Get you in the party mood. We love it. Our host of this boisterous festival, Armand. I've done videos on Armand already. I actually saw this weird take on Facebook in one of the raid groups. It's like a guy who I guess is not endgame was saying, oh, Armand is only live arena and endgame. It's a weird take, honestly, because I think it's the opposite. I think Armand is so insane for anyone early to mid game. It's crazy. Endgame, probably people have got tools that surpass what Armand needs you to do. Like, you know, you probably got seer team set up and stuff like that as an endgame player. Armand's for the mid game is just like, see you later waves. That's basically what he is, okay? Anyway, I've done a video on it, and yeah, I just thought it was a very weird take on what was going on. We've got a world famous bard, fortune teller, fighter, and showman. Yes, charismatic, all of that good stuff. Anyway, let's see what it says here. It's also not an anniversary celebration without a special gift. This is what I want to talk about. To all of our wonderful players, this year's gift is not your average box of goodies, so don't miss it when it's live. I had to make a video on this because it really is not your average box of goodies. Let's go into this, see if I can show you it already. Do I have it on my free to play? I've got it on my main account already. Do I have it on the free to play? I thought that I did. Yeah, here we go. So a sacred shard, 3 ancient shards, a primal, a soul stone, a couple of voidies, a legendary book, and 5 mil in silver. I think it's up there as the best gift we've ever been given. I think so. Let me know if I've played this game for 5 years. I do not remember a gift as good, honestly. It's very, very solid. It's a shame the Soul Stone doesn't come during the Soul event that's running right now. But anyway, I'm not going to pick holes in it. It's a good gift. And when I say this could be the difference between my free-to-play getting involved in this fusion or not, like, I'm being serious on that. I'm being quite serious because generally the only proper blocker other than time, I'll give time a tick up there because they are very time intensive, but the only proper blocker for most accounts will be, do you have a shard count that can do the job? That's pretty much it. The rest of the stuff you can do if you put your mind to it and put some time in. Okay, so my shard count right now, I've got 19 ancients, 3 voids. Now I've got 1 sacred. And because we're kind of like rolling in with the... Where am I on the monthly stuff? I've got 9 days worth of the monthly stuff going on as well. 8 days after today. Yeah, I mean, it all depends where they put point scoring and stuff like that on shard events. This doesn't quite sink in with this weekend's first shard event. So that's going to be the challenge is what happens in the next couple of days, really. What happens in the next few days? Because I am doing Brutal Clan Boss daily with an easy 2p. And I'm probably ready to go to Nightmare. I could probably push a Nightmare team as soon as I just get the last couple of masteries done, but I'm not far off that. So that could be done, okay? And at Nightmare, you start to get a better shard income. It's not great, but a better shard income. Ultra Nightmare is where it turns on its head and it becomes easy to get shards or easier to get shards. But Nightmare is a good kind of level to pick some stuff up. Now, you'll notice that I've got a lot of energy right now. For the last 24 hours, I've been energy banking to help me start this fusion off. And it's worth saying as well, like, we're doing a free-to-play challenge. It's not, I'm looking at the long-term free-to-play account, which kind of means that Armand's is probably a bit of a red flag, honestly. Honestly, like, but I know that he's so damn good that I kind of want him on this account, but he's a bit of a red flag. And the reason why I say that is because we've only got, after tomorrow, 4 weeks left of this free-to-play challenge. And the free-to-play challenge is about earning points as quick as you can for your team, etc. If I focus all of my energy on the free-to-play on Armand's, which I could do, then I'm not necessarily pushing all of the content to earn the best point reward that I could. What he might do for me is when I pick him up right towards the end of the challenge or halfway through this month, he should massively accelerate my ability to do content. And that's the kind of the trade-off that I'm thinking about here. Like, what do you guys think? Is it worth my 2 weeks now to go for Armand on the free-to-play? That's the question. Because all of my resources will be sucked out again. Yeah, so I'll basically be using all of my resources to get him, which is fine. But yeah, the point is after that, it's like, well, do I have enough time to really make the use of him? But anyway, he's definitely like going to be a solid champion. You'll notice that not only was I energy stacking, I'm energy holding in anything else where I could for this kind of like build up to this moment. Yeah, it's all of the type of tips and tricks that I've spoken about a number of times now. It's not, I'll come back to that in a minute. Tournaments are having a moment, but I do have energy sitting in 2 areas in this tournament thing as well. I think it's like Tag Team Arena and something else like the Soulstone Chase, I think. So I've got extra energy sitting in there. I've got quite a decent amount of clan gold, but we didn't get energy this week, so I can decide how I'm going to like disperse my clan gold to get better rewards out of that. You know, there's a lot going on which I've kind of like just set up to enable me to have a decent shot here. I've also, over the last few days, before I started energy saving, I've gone into Nightmare Campaign and started to just 3-star out a bunch of the Nightmare Campaign stuff. So I think, I mean, I'm pushing it quite easily so far, either doing 5-star on White Queen, so a support with a damage dealer. This is why someone like the White Queen was so good for me. I didn't really have a good support, but she's giving shields to my team. She's giving cooldowns back to my damage dealer. So I'm either using this combo or I'm throwing in Daichi here for faster clearing if it's quite easy stuff. And so far, depending on the waves and stuff like that, I'm doing pretty easily. Like, so, no, not to say easy, I'm controlling it. It's not easy actually, but I'm controlling the fight, which means that I give myself the best possible chance to win. Yeah, so if you like right here, she's done an ally attack. He's not quite such a big deal. I'm holding abilities back for the next wave and hoping that I get some cooldowns back in time. So it's not easy, but it's just me controlling what's going on. This might be a problem. She is a nightmare for me. Who else is a problem? It's not really. I think he is. Just trying to drop people's turn meters so I get my attacks back in time before I get wrecked. That's quite nice. Then we should have our cooldowns back for the final wave. And same idea. Who's my threat here? She could be a problem because of her AoE. And if I push one person's turn meter back, I'll then say, well, who else is a problem? Okay, he might be a problem. Coming with the slam. And then 2v2, I back myself 2v2 in Raid Shadow Legends. So that's what I'm doing. I'm basically just like pulling in 3 stars and starting to get some of the bigger rewards. You know, things like the juicy gems, the books and stuff like that. 3 legendary tomes coming up, which will be massive as well. So you can see this has been a mini priority for me because one, it gives me points for this free to play challenge, and 2, it could give me this sacred shard, which might be the difference again between me getting this fusion or not. I guess just whilst I'm passing the time, I'm kind of waiting for the fusion calendar to pop so I could talk you through my view of it, and Raider being a bit slow with it, which is annoying. But anyway, this has dropped yesterday, the Forge Pass for Season 16. I saw some comments yesterday on my video saying, oh my god, like, I can't believe they brought out this new set. They called it Slayer. They've just renamed the old set, by the way. Like, so there must be some contractual thing around the Monster Hunter collab that they can't call it that anymore. But it's the same set. They've renamed your old version. And actually, this updated one has just got more accessories in it and feels better. So yeah, I mean, we'll be picking this up on the main. Obviously I don't buy the pass on the free to play, but there's a decent amount of gear that you can get on the free to play. I hit level 50 last time quite comfortably, and I will do so again. It's just look at what you got to do today. Okay, I need to upgrade someone here, make sure there's someone in there in the first place, and just do it. There's no challenge. It's not challenging. You just got to look at what's going on and do the things. But you will definitely hit level 50 if you just do the different challenges on a daily basis. So all I have to do is slightly tweak teams here and there. There's no fights I can do, but slightly tweak the team I would use or whatever, just to make sure that I'm hitting the challenge for the day. But it's pretty comfortable to do. Okay, so we do have the fusion calendar. Great. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how we do this. So as we knew, there's 4 epics to pick up on these ones. Sometimes these can be hard. Yeah, I'm just going to call it out straight away. Sometimes these can be hard, right? So we've got 4 void epics, which means you're going to need potions to ascend all of those to 5-star before you then create Armands. Okay, that's one thing. You're also, because there's no rares going into the epics, you're not gaining any sort of double bubble on champion training. So that makes it harder than some of the traditional fusions where you go rare into epic into legendary. You're not getting that additional bonus on the champion training event. Now we need what, 100 of each of the fragments to fuse 1 epic. Oh no, hold on a minute. No, what am I saying? When you do get the tokens, you can exactly do that with the champion training. What am I saying? You can absolutely get additional points for the champion training by holding off of fusing these guys. Yeah, so what will happen is they will go into your fragment summon area. So you just want to keep hold of those fragments until the champion training event, because each one of these dudes is going to be 350 points for your champion training event. That's actually a nice little Brucey bonus here, especially as it's coming towards the latter part of the whole fusion. You might even be able to get 3 of them done in that time, which would be 1,000 odd points of champion training, a good chunk, I'd imagine, of what you need. That's good. Okay, that's a good call out. So what's going on? We've got the summon rush here and the champion chase here. They're your 2 summoning events. It looks like they're probably both going to be required unless this hero's path is doable. Last time it was doable. Okay, last time I got all of the fragments. It was tough, don't get me wrong, it was tough, but it was doable. And if it's doable again, it could mean that you don't even need summoning events to get this done. Generally though, as a free to player, last time when I got the White Queen, the stuff I found challenging was Dungeon diver events, did I have enough energy to get it done? The second summoning event, when the first one completely rinsed me dry. And I guess the artifact events, just because it was just like relentless back to back to back needing silver. That was pretty tough. I ended up selling a whole bunch of my stuff. Now, by saying it was doable, I used all of my resources. Gems, energy. I bought stuff from the bazaar. I bought stuff from the clan shop. Like everything at my disposal I used, okay? So, and I played the game a lot in that 2-week period. So that's what's going on. And it will be the same. That's normal for the free-to-play experience, unfortunately, okay? It is the normal experience if you want to be able to do these, because you just don't have as many resources, right? So we've got Dragon Tournament here, Champion Training Tournament here. The first Dungeon Divers does not start for a couple of days. So I would advise, you could go at this one of two ways, right? You could either say, I'm going to hold all of my energy until Dungeon Diver kicks in, and then I'm going to blast all of this. It's not efficient use of energy because you don't have that kind of regen going on. Yeah, and the regen is actually worth quite a lot of energy throughout your day. But it's not a terrible way to do it either if you think you've got enough energy banked to just like slice through both of these at the same time. You've then got a champion training tournament, which should be live. Hopefully it's live in game right now. I always get confused which one's which. I think the tournaments are where you can earn points, books. Of course, the game is still bugging out, so I can't even check it. I'm pretty sure the tournaments are where you can earn points using books and Ascension as well. It's either the tournament or it's the champion training event, but I'm pretty sure it's a tournament. Check it first, because books could be a quick win for you in the tavern. Yeah, you can earn yourself a lot of points quickly, but don't forget to use the 4 times your points trick when you're doing champion training tournaments. Like, I've called it out 87 times this year, let alone in my raid content creator journey. So make sure you use it. There's umpteen videos where I show this. Champion training is easy if you use the right tricks. Summoning, we'll just have to see what that looks like tomorrow. We've got Artifact Event 1. That's just a silver check. I probably will be buying silver from the clan shop to help me out with that. And I'll probably buy silver from the bazaar every day. Yeah, just as an extra top up. But also make sure you do a good cleanse of your gear. Have you got crap gear just sitting around that you're never going to use? Cleanse it out. Have you got a load of forged materials waiting to be forged, and therefore you can turn those into silver? Yeah, I'm not saying sell it all. I'm saying sell the crap, but you earn a massive amount of silver back from the forge. It's actually a great source of silver, providing you're doing your Doom Tower runs every day, just farming. You can see here I've got a whole bunch of lethal gear. Now, I don't really want 3 or 4-star gear on this account, so all I do is I open it up, flick through it quickly. I'll do that a ton. Yeah, I'll get all of it in, and then I'll go into my champion inventory, check the new stuff. I'll filter out 3-star and just sell it all, because 3-star gear, who the hell wants that? And then the 4-star stuff, I'm just going to be like, is it god tier? Like in terms of stat rolls, is it god tier, or is it okay for a faction war champion? If it's not, it's gone. Yeah, and that's the way I utilize the forge, and I earn a bunch of silver doing that. Like, you earn a ton of silver, like 10 times the silver what it's going to cost you to get that done. So that's a nice little trick to earn a bit extra. And obviously you're doing your Doom Tower runs every single day right the way through this event, so you're actually topping up your silver a bit as you're going, as well as topping up your silver selling the stuff you don't want from the different stuff you're doing. Classic Arena is just, are you active or not in the game? Refresh, take the easy fights, win your fragments. Dungeon Divers is tough. You generally need to use gems, and you need to be fighting ideally as high a dungeon stage as you can, or fighting 12-3 campaign. So if you fight dungeon level 20, that's good for Dungeon Divers. If you can fight campaign 12-3 brutal, that's good for Dungeon Divers. In terms of like points for energy, yeah? Coming through here, and it's kind of rinse and repeat really. Ice Golem, try and fight as high a level as you can. There's good little kind of like energy points, so stage 10, 13, 16, 20. Make sure you get yourself a 100% team for these, and you know, consistency is king here in terms of using your energy wisely. Finite, same thing. Going through these champion training events, probably more about getting into the actual campaign and farming. That will help you with your dungeon divers at the same time. And then we've got the champion chase. As I say, should have a bunch of points in the bag. I'm also buying now, and I wasn't doing this before, but I am buying up these fellas on a daily basis so that I can fuse the other voids. Broadmoor. So I can fuse Broadmoor, which is going to give me another 350 points. Yeah, I'm going to buy this today, which is another 300 energy. So I'm just buying everything up. Just making it easier for myself as soon as I can. Anything else in there? Spider, if you can't go above stage 16, farm stage 10. Makes it way easier. Very easy tournament if you do that. The stage 10's a bit bugged. And I think that's about it. Hero's Path with extra champion fragments. Summon champions from shards and from soulstones. Okay, not easy. The Hero's Path, unless you have got resources, and we probably haven't. We just pulled all our soulstones because there was an event. We're going to be pulling our shards because of these different things. The question is this going to be easier to get these 50 points or some of the fragments? There'll probably be like blocks of fragments in here. Is this easier than this summon rush plus this champion chase? I would say almost definitely the champion chase is easier because we've got other ways to earn the points. Yeah, through these epics and stuff like that. The summon rush versus the Hero's Path is literally, I don't know. We'll see what the points requirement is like for the summon rush, and then at that moment you have to make a call based on your resources. Is there enough time? So if you can't get the fragments here, you know you can't. You do not have enough shards. You don't have to pull shards day one, by the way. You could wait right till the last minute and see what your shard count is and work out exactly how many points you can get. Do that. Like, let this work for you. Do that. And if you cannot earn the points right now, there's another, week and a half before the end of Hero's Path. And at that point, you'll be doing the other stuff anyway. It's just playing the game, right? So at that point, you then reassess. Can I get far enough down Hero's Path to earn the points here? It's the best way to do it.
Yep.
Got to make this stuff work for you. Anyway, I think I'm going to go for it on the free-to-play, even if it does hinder my kind of like scoring a bit on this competition we're doing.
Again, we might not even make
just because I think, if I end up giving this account away, or if I end up continuing playing the account for a while longer, which I probably will, then I think Armand's is just too insane to not pick up. Anyway, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think of the free gift. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one.
Again. Yeah, says he just on the mute too. He has my voice and he's like, tag.
I'm here.
No,
Noodle.
No, noodle.
In fact, 5 years ago, almost to the day, we stood here with these three. They were fresh out of nappies. They just had exactly. They just had their first Grand Prix. 5 years older, any wiser? How do you say?
Definitely not. No. Are you not? I am. Mr. Georges. I would say, you're not wiser. No, Lando. I think you've regressed.
Well, it was Alex that did the talking on the racetrack last time. He was the winner. I don't see. Can you remember that?
Yeah, that was it.
Exactly.
That was it.
So there we go. 1 lap qualified, 5 lap race. Best of luck, lads. Let's go. Round 2. Let's do it.
Go.
Let's go, Lando.
1 out lap, 1 time lap, 1 in lap. That's all they've got on the track before the race tonight. Here comes Alex Albon over the start-finish line to start his qualifying lap. Lando ahead of George. Is George trying to pick up a slipstream? Alex Albon already way off into the distance on his qualifying lap. Heavy braking zone now into the left-hander. Little bit unsteady on the rear, but that's beautiful and fast from Alex Albon. Squealing of tyres. Looks like Lando and George are having a race already. But who's on pole? Lando Norris! As George Russell almost wipes out his opponent before the race starts. It's Lando ahead of George, ahead of Alex on the grid.
First,
No, I was first.
second, third, but there was nothing in it. There was nothing in it.
I was first.
Peanut butter jelly.
115. Alex did a 115.
I was first.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Who did that? You did a 115 and the others were a 116, I think. Well, this is completely crazy. We need a steward's inquiry to this. It's ridiculous. I just checked with race control. Can you confirm, sir, who was first, second, third?
Norris first.
I was right. I did keep an eye. Norris first, then Russell second, then Alex third.
I overtook him.
I know, but you know, yeah.
I overtook him before me. George, mate.
The timing screen doesn't lie, George. So whilst the arguing continues behind me, I can confirm Lando Norris on pole position. Behind him, George Russell, despite his protestations, he nearly got disqualified there with Alex in third. This is a 5-lap race. It will begin when Crofty announces the immortal words, "Lights out and away we go," as only he can do.
And it's lights out and away they've gone.
Oh, I got no power. This is a joke. I got you, Alex. Oh, that is beautiful.
Lando might have jumped the start, but he ends lap 1 in 3rd place. Alex leads George, leads Lando, totally ignoring track limits. Alex Albon goes into the left-hander in the lead, comes out in last. This has been an excellent lap for George Russell. Look at his lead as he crosses the line.
I got a shocking engine in the back of mine.
Halfway through the race, and George Russell's got this totally in control. Once again, ignoring track limits. They'll be in Saudi Arabia if they go any wider. But he's not catching George Russell, who's flying out in front.
It's lonely at the back.
One more lap to go. Who can stop the man from Kings Lynn? At the moment, not Alex or Lando. George Russell in the lead, or is he? Lando Norris swoops through on the inside.
FIA did not see that.
George Russell all over the back of Lando Norris. This is going to be a fight right to the line. Alex Albon almost collects the barrier. Oh, and down the inside goes Albon. Oh, Alex Albon goes Jude bashing. There's 3 of them in a line together. Lando Norris wins from George Russell and Alex Albon. What a last lap that was.
Wow, that was thrilling. What an end. Oh.
Look at his helmet. I won. What was he doing?
You're the winner.
That's a great, you did a great overtaking of that lap.
Thank you so much.
You're now all established drivers. Can you believe it?
I mean, I still feel like the same guy I did 5 years ago, and I think, you know, the relationship the 3 of us have and the relationship with the other drivers. I mean, I'm 26 now, but I don't feel 26. I still feel like a young kid in Formula 1 and still got a long way to go, but yeah, it's crazy to think this is our 6th season together.
Do you feel, though, more pressure when you come to a racetrack as established Formula 1 drivers?
Different. The first year was way more nerve-wracking. First year was a lot more nerve-wracking, but I think there's a different pressure now that we are, well, I would say, apart from George, the more established drivers in the pairing of teammates. So you feel like just that bit more responsibility of you're there to deliver for the whole team. It just feels like another day at work, but it's a cool, you know, the fact you can't, like, I would never call it a job because it's something I've always loved to do, you know.
If one of you are world champion in the next 5 years, you won't be too big for the group to come back and see me and Crofty do it all again, yeah?
We'll always be here.
Keep it real. Lovely.
Keep it real. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Dis hierdie tweede account van jou wat ek op werk. Fucking hard, is nice nogal, wat? Elke keer wat ek by level kom waar ek hy champions nodig het. Die eerste level as ek kom doen van hy stage, dan fucking geef my spirit, of ek gee nou wormheid en of her is. Fucking ding is nou bezig om snaaks te wees, man.
Fucking Dutches. So bitch om te fucking doen, hè. Oh, kak. My een mannetjie wat al kan opfok, moer toe.
Ja.
Sy heel haarself net die hele tyd en shield haarself. Kan fok al.
Goed.
Skip battle. have to work on them. Get them to 5-star. I don't want to pull more shards, but I don't have a choice. Please give me greens and blues. One quickly while we can. Just do that one of them. Okay. Let's see if this has made any difference whatsoever. I don't think so. Not much.
What's Noodle doing?
Gone like the wind.
Pop hom op, Natty, pop hom op. Paisley, klein maar sterk.
Was this on raid?
Yeah, no. He's
Yeah,
got,
one of the strongest fucking legendary. He's small, but he can fucking pack a punch with it.
With like a fucking full hammer. Yes, that's. Nee, bliksem. Ik ga koffie maken.
Let me do this voice.
Did I upgrade your internet, by the way?
Nope.
Ah.
He's this little guy.
Yes, he just moved him.
And he's gonna move him now. What he does is keep on that yellow bar, he keeps it going down so they don't get a shot somewhere again.
Yeah.
They're not the strongest, but that little thing can move. Because he has decreased turn meters, so what it means is the oak won't get a chance when it
I see that, yeah.
hits them.
Yes. Look at that one.
And then that one just fucking killed them all because they made them soft.
Yeah.
He's a little clean. Fucking scrap this guy. He's not afraid of anything. No, I'm still working on him on this account.
Graphics are pretty cool.
Yeah, it's on PC and I can't remember what I put it at. I think it's medium or something.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Just I have it on 2 times because I can't fucking wait for them to run that down. But you're on the slowness.
Yeah.
You see, this guy just makes them soft and he just flicks them to shit up.
Is that level 60, the legendary?
No. This guy. The rare.
Okay.
To start the hero. Depending on how they build theirs. Some of them are still a bit slow. I need to speed them up a bit.
Looks good.
Why is he not? Oh, he has that other shit up, so it's killing this one now. And he can freeze them as well. Yeah, get your last turn in. Might not win this one. Or I might. He's now frozen. What else can I fight? See if we can beat this people. That kill was both cock.
I'll be back just now. I quickly have to go to the shop and go buy myself a cold
Okay.
drink because last thing
No stress.
there's no more milk left.
Don't worry for Compatlo.
Yep.
You're gonna walk?
Yeah, well, what else must I do?
How far is it?
A block.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. I'll be back just now.
Demon's gonna whip my ass. Yeah, I know I'm gonna die, but we're done. Oh, I just loop properly. That's my basically what I do.
No, of course, it's lekker.
So I'm not in the mood for pew pew. I'm taking a break of pew pew games. Now Wims wants to play Formula One, but I can't get the subscription until the end of this month.
Is Formula One a subscription?
Yeah, it's the Xbox part.
Where is he today? Is he here?
He was here and then power went off and I don't know where
Oh
he is.
shit, yeah, he's coming back now at 2 o'clock. He was at 12, eh?
10 to 12 was his time.
10 to 12.
Mm. I suppose he's working because he also doesn't have water.
Yeah.
Also he did.
Ah ja,
Noodle terug.
Ja, precies. Goed op.
Kom breek jou headset.
Dat kan ook gebruiken. Ik ben nou zeker van schuldig. Kiki. Nee, ik heb goed, maar ik kan ook uitgezocht. Het is zo lekker. Je weet mos jouw memory clocks?
Ja.
Van je GPU?
Yep.
Nou, wat aangaan moet mijne is ek het agtergekom terwyl ek net op die desktop is. Ek doen letterlik niks hè. Maar ek my GPU memory clock speed en hardloop max speed die hele tyd. Ek ga drivers gaan install en reinstall en we're gonna destroy.
That makes sense.
Ja. Hoop maar werk nou. En ek kan reinstall ook daarop en ek al restaurant want die GPU. Dis die enigste game met my GPU laat timeout. En ek het hier ook mee.
Het maak nie sin nie.
Ever since the latest patch van die wipe, het ek issues met Tarkov en my PC waar dit my driver timeouts gee. As all game. Niks anders hè. En dit ook irriterend. So ek het my drivers nou gedoen, ek het my game nou heeltemal gerinstall gedaan en alles, hopelijk werk alles nou. Soos dit maak sin dat as ek 'n video kyk gaan my GPU se memory obviously gebruik word. Maar as op my desktop idle is, niks mos nou gebruik word nie.
Ja.
Baie min gebruik word. Soos daar sit nou normaal 36 MHz memory clock speed, which is fine. So daar kan video aangaan. Dan sit 1400 MHz memory clock speed want ek kyk 'n video.
Dit maak sin.
Maar wat gebeur het is al was ek op die desktop die laaste keer. So ek sê dan het hy net vir my max memory clock speed gehardloop en ek like dit mos niks.
Doen jy eie ding. Soek nou iets wat.
Which wasn't normal. It was not Hyoga, hè? Epic Games. Ek weet nie, moet ek vir die original The Forest speel? Ek voel dat die original The Forest game is baie meer terrifying geweest as die nuwe een. Only for the fact because they added guns to the game. I have a shotgun, go away.
I have a pew pew, leave me alone.
Hoe laat sit nou F1 begin? Goeie klap uit.
Ja, ek was al nou terug weer so shop toe Samsung. Maar ek het gaan melk koop of iets ek.
Okay. 2024.
Ik heb iets gehoord van melk koop.
F1 starts 3:30, sweet. I just want to play Dying Light, leave me alone. I don't want to buy Dying Light 2. Sus. And that looks very stupid.
Okay.
Ek besit Dying Light 2 op Steam, né?
Ja.
Maar ek besit Dying Light 1 op Epic. En nou adverteer Dying Light, hulle vir my Dying Light 1. Ek moet Dying Light 2 gaan koop. Waar kan ek dit die link dat ek er op Steam het?
Stupid.
Motion below off definitely, phone ground off. Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
My blade is ready.
I are back.
Okay. Zijn we gelopen, man?
Ja, ik sta alleen gestapt.
Oh.
That was quick.
I had to ask them, can I bring you 50 cents later? Well, they know me. They know the whole family. I didn't have enough. And it's like, yeah, sure.
Hulle gaan nu oor 50 cent betalen, want hulle maak way meer dan 50 cent per dag.
Ek meen, terwyl ek daar is, hy stap na die fridge so half vir homself 'n Monster uit, begin drink. Ek sê, joh, real life. The owner's son.
Oh.
I mean, they've been here, what, 30, 40 years? Yeah, it's about 40 years that they've had that shop.
Holy mouse sensitivity, doe je genade. Hier, dat is te hoog. Ons pas al terugkomen.
It's not a flavor I buy often. Grape.
My blade is ready.
Witness a new domain of chaos.
Be my
I don't care, I wanna finish the tutorial, I wanna go drop kick zombies in the face.
You wanna go shoot what in the face?
I wanna go drop kick zombies.
Oh.
It's like, hey, Epic and Steam don't speak eye to eye. You own Dying Light 1 on Epic and Dying Light 2 on Steam, and it's like, hey, come.
Yes, is that
Let's
first?
buy.
And this is a 500ml glass. It didn't last very long. I'm fucking thirsty.
You bought all Coke for what?
Kingsley. Coke is too expensive.
The motion blur. Jeez.
And that's bottle amper klaar. There's like enough left for one more glass.
Here, I can't play with this much. Too high. Make it like at fucking 5% or something. Do so free practice 1 is at 3:30, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, I don't have load shedding until.
And then
maybe
free practice 2 is at 7 o'clock tonight.
Huh? Free
And then practice 2 is at 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
Jouw load shedding is 2 en 10 uur morgen.
Yeah. 2 o'clock in the morning and then 10 again.
Yep, and then 12 o'clock. Okay.
Then why did it say no load shedding on my thing earlier?
Please, it's only 2 o'clock in the morning and then 10 o'clock. Unless they change it again.
Stage 2 scheduled until tomorrow 5 o'clock. Let me see. Fucking phone doesn't want to charge.
my blade is ready.
So.
I'm trying to phone me.
My guy's got a fanny pack.
Be my fire.
Let's pull 5 out of the vault. Action. Cavern. Upgrade rank.
What are you eating, guys?
Me? Oh, what are those things called? Kips, bro, or whatever. It's like bacon, biscuits, whatever they're called.
Yes, my lord. I will do so, my lord. Bitch.
Fuck jou man.
Ek sê.
Hy bitch noem my.
Ek heb jou slet nou.
Okay, so fusion this.
Mother bitch. Ooh, this candy.
My blade is ready.
Witness a new domain of chaos. Witness a new domain.
Be my
Funny now. A crane on a crane. Bitch. Fucking mad. Okay, I'll jump down. Oh shit. Ugh. Motherfucker just called me a noob. Best bloody game.
My blade is ready. Be my firewood. Be my firewood.
Witness a new domain of chaos.
Pedal green.
Be my
It's too green.
Witness a new domain of chaos.
Long, yeah, auto. shouldn't have ascended that. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna pick my kids up. I'll be back now.
Cool.
My blade is ready.
Seconds. 9, 8, okay.
Be my firewood.
points. Now I have to do a shit ton. I'm at 2,600. I can get to 3,900. I'm halfway. Not gonna use that energy yet. Clan, I should have. No energy there. Arena. Resort.
My blade is right. Be my firewood. Be my firewood. It hurts.
level 1 up at least. Maybe 2.
Witness a new domain of chaos.
Be my firewood.
Soul harvest. Forms away!
Bastard.
Witness a new domain. Witness a new domain of chaos.
Emperor blade.
Soul harvest. Forms away!
Be firewood.
Witness a new domain of chaos. Soul harvest. Try to hurt me. Forms away! Witness a new domain of chaos.
He has to go. He has to go. He's also going. I don't have a choice in the matter. 2 4-stars already. We've got 2 more.
New domain of chaos. Forms away!
Another one.
Try to hurt me. Soul harvest.
First.
Witness a new domain of chaos. Try to hurt me.
Hey guys, this is Hell Hades. This is a Raid Shadow Legends video. Guys, I want to show off my annual Chronicle thing, see what's going on with that. Obviously, the fusions are in full flow. I've done a video for that already today, as well as talking about the free gift that we get, which honestly is one of the best free gifts I've ever seen from Raid. So make sure you pick that up and grab it, because it is pretty damn juicy. But yeah, this video I want to look at the Raid Chronicle. Let's get my ears in. See what's going down with this. Oh my god. If you share this video on Facebook or via X, i.e. Twitter, then get these rewards. There is a sneaky trick here. You can just literally hit share and then not share it, but I will actually share mine. But see that? I've got the stuff even though I didn't actually share it yet. So let's check this out. Can I just play it in game? Don't miss out. This video will disappear in 3 weeks.
Hey, more free stuff.
Armand, what have I got?
Greetings, friend. Let's see what the cards have to say about you. You've seen it all. You're quite the summoner.
Oh, it's your video.
I've summoned 200 rare champions.
But no.
More epics than rares? Oh, I guess of the total. 1 mythical.
But you have your favorites.
Newt, yeah. Artak, my favorite, really.
You're an intrepid dungeoneer.
Yes, campaign farmer for a while. Nearly 28,000 dragon runs. 5,000 dragon hard. 35,000 finite. 3,000 hard. Ice golems like that. Let me play. Spiders, 26,000.
And
4,000
have
hard.
amassed their fortune.
These are quite cool, these little graphics. 129.
You're a
mythical
legend
accessories.
of the arena.
Nah, not really. Win rate 95%. 78% win rate in live arena.
You are a conqueror of the Demon Lord.
$690 fights in Demon Lord. My height score's insane.
And vanquisher of the Hydra.
These are really cool, these little graphics. 48 Hydra fights, is that right? 8 Clash victories.
You've accomplished much, but your destiny holds more. May fortune smile upon you, my friend.
There we go. I don't know. What do I think about that? I did see something cool from Saf. I want to go back to the beginning. Saf's got a cool thing, which I don't seem to have. Maybe it's just because he's got quite a unique...
Greetings,
achievement.
friend. Let's see what the cards have to say about you. You've seen it all. You're quite the summoner.
Yeah, I don't seem to have it. So Saf's got something that's literally like he's got the highest crit damage of a certain champion in the game. So I guess that's just because he's got like a fancy thing to share about, to talk about. But I don't know. I love these type of things. I think they're cool. Yeah. Did any of that surprise you in terms of numbers? I guess the one thing which I would call out is I need to up my live arena game if I'm going to be involved in this new mission line for Marius, because there's a bunch of live arena stuff in here and I basically have not done it in a while. Have we got Force today? No. Anyway, there you go, guys. Quick one from me. Up in Hell Hades. Get your free stuff. Go and check out your video and I'll see you soon.
I didn't get any free stuff. Not on this account. So can get like 1,000 points already, hopefully. No. 100 for 10. 100 for 4. It's 250 points only. Shit.
Be my firewood.
Witness a new domain of chaos. Soul harvest. Witness a new domain of chaos. Soul harvest.
No, just once get 2 5-stars. Well, I got a 6-star there, but thank you. No, I won't use it. stars in it. Come on, game. Stop giving me fucking 4 stars. Speed good. Oh, speed good. Come on, game.
Okay.
My blade is right.
Witness a new domain of chaos.
Be my firewood.
Witness a new domain of chaos. Witness a new domain of chaos.
Be my firewood.
Here we get some speed gear. HP boots. At least it's got some speed on it. That's what you ideally want. fucking attacking me. So I have to attack this.
Boink.
Fuck me, she's stuck.
Jump, motherfucker, jump.
Be my
Come on, come. How do I get there? More energy. Let's go try and do that. Don't know if I've got a champion that can. She's still out.
Good again.
He's got no crit rate, just plain speed on and an HP. Defense, attack base. good. Where the fuck? All these stats.
Good game.
There we are. There's another one. Seems like it is that one then. Damage. Damage.
Shit.
Damage. It's one. That's a nice one. Okay, so that one for 10 and 11. Another one was 45 and 122. The 910. Damage, nice one. Double crit rate. Double. Okay.
Oh.
That one, 910. There's the other one. What does 18 give me? 45, 55, 63. What's that one? There it is. Yeah, I'll get up there. There it is. 132, 40, 60. Please tell me I've got a no, I don't. That's right, fucking amulet. must have both. There's one. It's 1904. Item 10. $142 and 62. I need 13 trick rides on there. 9 and 11, that's decent. Right, it's 14. 14 gives me 70. 50. 70. Definitely an option. That's 17. 17 gives me 40, 50, 70. 72. So I need a 4 and an 18.
Shit.
My blade is
Someone was close to that. I had an 18 and something. Fuck me. start again and see. Nothing. Nothing.
Shit. Is er nog één?
Yeah, I'm here. Trying to sort out this kit for this chickie.
Mother bitch.
Any boots with double red. Come on. Double quick right, that's 15. That's high. Okay, so it seems I might have to change that then. That's 19.4. You say equip. Gives me 151 and 60, no 59. No, 59. So now I just need crit rate on boots. 13. Short. It'll have to be once, twice, it's 15. I need it 3 times. Fuck. Don't want to do this now. Fuck. one fucking short.
GJ. Sheesh. Fuck.
That's 74. If I can get it 9% on crit damage. That's the only one that I have. So I'm fucked. 1% short from finishing that thing. 1 fucking percent.
Fuck. Ik ben weer teruggekomen nou.
Ja, goed hoor.
Gewoon.
Nee, ek het gou gaan shower. Maar hierdie fucking ding lyk om in fucking
Dropkick.
buite.
Alright.
Shit.
Fuck, I'm 1 short. 1%. Yes, just if I take this off, I'm spending hundreds of thousands fucking trying to get this right. I'm not gonna do this.
Hey, Force. Kijk voor iets funny geweest.
Oké. Ja.
Kijk voor je stream. Als ik plan zit.
No. Watch.
Graag. versus Aknavi versus Ian, where area's fun. Yeah, neither, I can't take fuck off. Dropkicker zombie met her.
The fuck's really?
Dying light. Maar ik laat me dus van. Sup?
Kop hem binnen in zijn mond.
Hoe kom ik lekker slaan als ik altijd dat kan doen?
Ja.
Move, get out of the way.
Jezus.
Dat is wel snaakjes als je dak afskop.
What's uncle struggling with?
Crit rate, crit damage.
Oh shit. Shit.
Where the fuck is this thing now? Waar the fuck is die ding nou?
Surprise. Dish.
Please don't tell me I fucking deleted it. Ach, jezus toch.
Oh.
I think I deleted the fucking thing.
Lunch. No, I love it. Mike is nice. Klaar, want het gaat nou Formula 1 wees.
Am I on the right fuck? Oh, Jesus! On the wrong fucking thing as well. Jesus Christ. Ek moet gaan fucking slaap.
Als het zal wel kijken.
Ja, ik zal... I'm getting so upset with myself. I'm fucking sweating here.
Veel op stil gaan.
Fuck me. Let me stop my stream.